Chapter 538. Of course, a complete set of secret techniques would not only have this one move. For example, the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords were made up of 7 swords. Although Zhang Xi had only comprehended a move that combined the Sword Dao and the Wind Dao technique, he already had a general impression of the other moves after the secret technique. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. Once I reach the minor accomplishment stage of my self-created secret technique, I can officially enter Tonggu continent. Zhang Xi gazed at the vast expanse of the starry sky. He was full of confidence in this set of secret techniques that he had yet to fully create. If he could easily kill a 4th tribulation transcender at the initial stage, then what about those in the future? In comparison, the first sword of the Cloud Bookworm 7 swords only had the strength of a 2nd tribulation transcender, while the second sword had the strength of a 4th tribulation transcender. From this point of view, the starting point of his self-created secret technique was much higher than the peak secret technique, Cloud Book 7 swords. Next, Zhang Xi began to deduce the follow-up moves in his mind, not letting go of any time to improve. At the same time, Xiangrong, a 6th tribulation transcender of the monster race, was shuttling from the core of Vast Waves Island towards Zhang Xi's location. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, the undying Taoist fame and prestige reached its peak on Surging Waves Island. This was because the news of the battle half a month ago had spread throughout the entire Surging Waves Island. He had killed Sea King Norin, one of the 27 overlords of Blue Wave Island, as well as 2 3rd tribulation transcenders and 8 2nd tribulation transcenders of the monster race. Even a 5th tribulation transcender would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. Among the 27 overlords of Surging Waves Island, there were only 3 5th tribulation transcenders. The undying Taoist was only at the Tao integration stage, but he was able to do this. He was the most threatening existence on Surging Waves Island. For a moment, all the experts on Surging Waves Island, including the human clan, were guessing who the immortal Taoist was. The undying Taoist's performance was already at the level of an epic's genius. Therefore, many experts thought of Zhang Xi. The 2 pieces of information that were suspected to be from Zhang Xi had spread throughout the 9th battlefield in the past 100 years, however. According to the information, Zhang Xi's characteristics were that he was good at the Green Lotus Sword Way and had 6,000 green lotuses. The undying Taoist had never used such a technique before. However, everyone knew that the possibility of 2 geniuses of the same era appearing in the 9th battlefield at the same time was very, very small. As the saying goes, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. After learning that such a prodigy had appeared on Surging Waves Island, many foreign race powerhouses of Tonggu continent began to rush to Surging Waves Island. There was no lack of 7th tribulation transcender powerhouses among them. Compared to a 6th tribulation transcender, the strength of a 7th tribulation transcender had taken a huge leap. The combat strength of a 6th tribulation transcender was equivalent to 10 5th tribulation transcenders. However, a 7th tribulation transcender was equivalent to 106 tribulation transcenders. It could be said that even in Tonggu continent, a master of this level stood at the top. A 7th tribulation transcender was enough to sweep through the entire Surging Wave Island. The only thing was that there was still some distance between Tonggu continent and Surging Waves Island. If they flew at sublight speed, it would take at least a year and a half to arrive. Several 4th tribulation transcenders and above on Surging Waves Island were also secretly anxious. They wanted to inform Zhang Xi, but they didn't have Zhang Xi's communication imprint. They couldn't find the undying Taoist in the military system because it was only Zhang Xi's name. In the sky above the Purple Sea, Zhang Xi was quietly sitting cross-legged. After half a month of organizing and comprehending, he had a better understanding of the incomplete secret technique. Given some more time, he would be able to create the follow-up moves. On this day, Zhang Xi woke up from his secluded cultivation. His eyes burst out with a ray of divine light as his gaze fell in a certain direction. Tens of millions of kilometers away, a behemoth more than 6,000 meters tall was rushing towards him. Every time its figure flashed, it would cross nearly 200,000 kilometers. This was a flying speed second only to sublight speed. Xiangrong. Zhang Xi stood up and unsheathed his sword. Sword intent rose and continued to accumulate. 6th tribulation transcender, This was the most powerful opponent he had encountered since he started cultivating. Whether he could defeat it or not would depend on this battle. A minute later, the two sides were only 100,000 kilometers apart. Roar! Undying Taoist! Die! Xiangrong roared, and the powerful sound waves spread millions of kilometers. The immortal power in his body surged, and the purple sea below also became his assistants. After all, he was an aquatic monster and was proficient in water-type Taoist techniques. The purple sea surged with monstrous waves thousands of kilometers high. Xiangrong held a trident at the same time and attacked Jiang Xi together. He and Nolan used the same magical treasure. However, he used a high-grade immortal treasure while Nolan used a middle-grade immortal treasure. The high-grade immortal treasure trident was 100,000 feet long. With a mighty aura, it broke open a ravine between heaven and earth. With such terrifying power, even a sixth tribulation transcender wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, Jiang Xi wasn't afraid at all. His aura had already accumulated to the limit. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to meet the attack with his sword. The sword was like wind. It wasn't a breeze but a gale, an immortal-level gale. He fused with the sword and instantly shuttled through the void, colliding with Xiangrong's trident. A 3-foot sword against a 100,000 feet long trident. In terms of magical treasure quality, one was a supreme-grade immortal treasure, while the other was a high-grade immortal treasure. One was the embryonic form of a secret technique, the Gale Sword, while the other was the power of a sixth tribulation transcender. Boom boom boom. Apart from the land on Vast Waves Island that wasn't damaged, the starry sky within 100,000 kilometers suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying spatial turbulence. Whoosh! At the center of the explosion, a dark red figure was sent flying 200,000 kilometers. The dark red armor on his body shattered, and sinister cracks also appeared on his body. In this attack, Jiang Xi was completely at a disadvantage, and he was seriously injured. If it weren't for the fact that the strength of his body was close to that of a low-grade immortal treasure, he would have disintegrated. In addition, the supreme-grade immortal treasure Scarlet Heaven Sword had blocked a part of the attack for him. Otherwise, he would have died. Fuck! This is the power of a sixth tribulation transcender? Jiang Xi stabilized himself 200,000 kilometers away. He circulated his spiritual power, and swallowed a few healing spirit pills to stabilize his injuries. To be able to survive my attack, you are indeed a prodigy of the human race. It seems that you are most likely that Jiang Xi. If that's the case, you should die. Xiangrong's words were transmitted through her spiritual sense, and they carried a chilling intent. At this moment, she felt that victory was already in her grasp. The human Tao integration stage cultivator in front of her was seriously injured, and there was no longer any possibility of him resisting or escaping. Whatever you say, it's what it is. Riverward smiled faintly. Xiangrong was a little confused after hearing this. Was he really Jiang Xi? Humph. Who cares if he is or not? He killed my grandson, so he must die. Once he dies, I will know his identity. Xiangrong didn't think too much. She gathered her immortal power again, and a water-type Tao technique descended. Kill! Xiangrong roared. The sound waves roared. His huge immortal body also tore through space and crushed towards riverward. She believed that Jiang Xi would definitely die under this attack. Haha, good timing. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. At the same time, he instantly executed his Tao fusion technique. The 7 Tao fusion techniques increased the amplitude of his spiritual power by 7 times. From 20,000 times, it increased to 140,000 times. This wasn't as simple as just multiplying the power by 7 times. The difference between 20,000 times and 140,000 times was enough to cause Jiang Xi's Tao integration stage spiritual power to undergo a qualitative change. Whoosh! Jiang Xi's body swayed, and the Sword of Gus was unleashed once again. An extremely strange aura suddenly spread to a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. This? Xiangrong was shocked. He didn't understand what was happening, but he had a bad feeling about this. I don't believe that a seriously injured human Tao integration stage cultivator can overturn the heavens. Xiangrong was determined. His huge immortal body, which was 6,000 meters tall, surged with immortal power. Soon his immortal body shrunk by 10%. This was his 1,000 years of accumulation, but he couldn't care less now that he had to face his enemy. This bad feeling was something that he had rarely encountered since he became an immortal. Every time it was at the most critical moment. Whoosh! As his immortal body shrunk by 10%, more immortal power surged out. The trident in his hand also shrunk by 100 times. All of this happened in an instant. The trident in his hand became even more powerful. It was 100 times more powerful than the previous attack. In the next instant, Jiang Xi and the Scarlet Heaven sword clashed with Xiangrong's trident again. Beams of dazzling light shot into the sky, penetrating the starry sky for hundreds of millions of kilometers. There was a brief moment of silence within a radius of 1 million kilometers. Everything lost its sound, and it was as if space had been sealed. After an indeterminate period of time, boom boom boom, the collision produced a huge amount of energy that exploded in an instant. Similarly, the world within a radius of 1 million kilometers turned into nothingness as the energy tide surged. This time, even the extremely sturdy land of Vast Waves Island trembled violently and cracks appeared on it. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Amidst the surging energy tide, Jiang Xi remained unmoved. Xiangrong was also unaffected. They are actually evenly matched. If Xiangrong was in human form, his expression would definitely be very ugly, because he found it hard to accept all of this. He still didn't understand what had happened. Why did the undying Taoist strength increase so much in an instant? From the level of a 4th tribulation transcender to the level of a 6th tribulation transcender. It was no wonder that he couldn't understand. In the countless races of the universe, perhaps no one had been able to cultivate 7 Taoist techniques at the same time, and all of them had reached the perfected Great Tao realm. Furthermore, he was able to fuse these 7 Taoist techniques. Now it's my turn. Jiang Xi grinned. Before the energy tide subsided, his figure flashed. Accompanied by the wind sword, he took the initiative to attack Xiangrong at nearly the speed of light. Humph! Xiangrong snorted angrily and raised his trident. With a terrifying might, it stirred up heaven and earth. Rumble. And the price that both sides paid was Jiang Xi's spiritual power was rapidly depleted. Xiangrong's immortal body and essence spirit were also rapidly depleted. His previous attack had expended 10% of his immortal power to match Jiang Xi's sword. If he wanted to maintain this situation in the following exchanges, he had to expend 10% of his immortal power each time. After some calculations, it seemed that he only had 10 chances to use his full strength. But in reality, when more than 30% of his immortal power was expended, his strength would plummet. In other words, he only had 3 chances to use his full strength at most. Now, he was using it for the second time. I don't believe that a human Tao integration stage cultivator like you can use that sword again. Xiangrong was full of confidence. The next moment, the two sides clashed again. The starry sky exploded. The human and demon were once again drowned by the energy tide in the void. Die! Xiangrong's ferocious eyes were filled with coldness. But at this moment, 6,000 green lotuses of sword Tao appeared in the energy tide before instantly disappearing. In their place was a giant green lotus sword that was 100,000 kilometers long. Green lotus. Impossible. The undying Taoist. Jiang Xi. You really are Jiang Xi. Xiangrong's face turned pale with fright. Slash. A sonorous voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. At the same time, the giant green lotus sword slashed down with a loud boom. Roar. Xiangrong roared in horror. The only thing he could do now was to explode his immortal body, which had shrunk to 4,000 meters in size, and escape by detonating his immortal power. Continue fighting. He was already scared. This was not a Tao integration stage cultivator. His massive immortal body transformed into immortal power and enveloped his essence spirit, instantly covering a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, it had yet to completely disperse. At this moment, the giant green lotus sword that was 100,000 kilometers long descended. No! Xiangrong's pleading voice sounded, but it was cut off abruptly after uttering these 2 words. The giant green lotus sword swept across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the essence spirit wrapped in immortal power was annihilated. 6th tribulation transcender Xiangrong had fallen. As for the immortal power that had lost the control of the essence spirit, it was quickly swallowed up by the heaven-connecting tower within Jiangxi's body when it was about to return to nothingness. The sky was clear and the earth was clear. Everything was calm. Jiangxi stood above the ruined battlefield. Although he looked extremely miserable, he was like a god fiend. His eyes burst out with golden light, intimidating this world. This was because his spiritual sense had discovered that 20 powerhouses above the fourth tribulation transcender realm had appeared within a radius of 10 million kilometers. More than half of the remaining 25 overlords of Surging Wave Island had been attracted by the battle just now. However, they were still hesitant to approach. Riverward's godlike performance caused the outsiders to be filled with dread. They were not sure if the undying Taoist still had the strength to fight. At this time, a voice transmission sounded in Jiangxi's ears. "Hurry up and leave. The 9 of us will block those foreign tribulation transcenders for you. Many thanks." Jiangxi also replied with his spiritual sense. This was transmitted by one of the 5th tribulation transcenders of the human race. Of the 27 overlords of Surging Wave Island, 9 were humans. Boom boom boom. Another battle broke out within a radius of 10 million kilometers. 9 powerhouses above the 4th tribulation transcender realm were enough to deal with the 11 foreign tribulation transcenders. Whoosh, Jiangxi did not hesitate. He quickly took out a top-grade spirit boat, turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The direction was no longer the Mountain Sea Immortal's cave, but the starry sky. 1 minute later he had flown 10 million kilometers. That was close. Inside the flying boat, his spiritual sense, spiritual energy, and aura suddenly dropped to the lowest level, remaining at the nascent soul realm. Just now he was barely holding on. In the battle with the 6th tribulation transcender Xiangrong, he had gone all out. If that Xiangrong had been just a little bit stronger, he would have been the one to fall. Although my spiritual energy is not as much as your immortal energy, my magical techniques and secret techniques are much stronger than yours. Jiangxi knew where his advantage lay. Compared to the 6th tribulation transcender Xiangrong, her biggest advantage was that she had a huge immortal body. What he relied on was the strength of magical techniques that surpassed most tribulation transcender realm powerhouses, the Dao fusion technique and other auxiliary secret techniques, as well as the embryonic form of his own secret technique and the peak sword technique, the Cloud Bookcase 7 sword. This battle also showed that my overall strength is indeed at the level of a 6th tribulation transcender. Before transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, if I want to increase my strength, I can only perfect the embryonic form of my secret technique. At the same time, I will continue to deduce the Green Lotus Sword Dao and increase the power of the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords. The Cloud Bookcase 7 swords was closely related to the Green Lotus Sword Dao. The more transformations of the Green Lotus he comprehended, the stronger the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords would be. In addition, this battle had not only tested his strength, but he had also obtained a lot of military merits. Jiangxi scanned his badge with his spiritual sense. The military merits displayed on it were 1,041 billion. Xiangrong, a 6th tribulation transcender, had 1 trillion military merits. As for the remaining 41 billion, he had accumulated them from the time he entered the extraterrestrial battlefield until now. In particular, during the past 100 years, he had fought against 1st tribulation transcenders, 2nd tribulation transcenders, and 3rd tribulation transcenders on Surging Waves Island. He had also killed a lot of tribulation transcender powerhouses and accumulated these military merits. Next, I have to find a place to heal my injuries. Then, I'll use the insights I gained from this battle to perfect the follow-up moves of my secret technique. Jiangxi stuffed a dozen or so healing spirit pills into his mouth to stabilize his injuries. A wisp of his spiritual sense controlled the top-grade spirit boat, which carefully shuttled through the starry sky at sublight speed. After all, in his current situation, any random Dao integration stage team from a foreign race would be able to kill him. A month later, the flying boat carefully shuttled through 700 billion kilometers and arrived at an inconspicuous starry sky island. Jiangxi's spiritual sense quickly swept through this fragment, which had a diameter of only 1 million kilometers. He didn't find any signs of life, which was why he had chosen to descend on this starry sky island. Then he entered the depths of the ground, restrained his aura, and entered a long-term state of healing. However, his spiritual sense had always been in a spread-out state. With the strength of his spiritual sense, only existences at least at the 7th Tribulation Transcender level could discover his location. Even if he was discovered by powerhouses at the 7th Tribulation Transcender level or above, the distance of tens of millions of kilometers was enough for him to escape, of course. If it was a Tribulation Transcender whose spiritual sense was far stronger than his, it would be a different story. Even if the other party approached him, he wouldn't be able to discover them. What he could rest assured about was that it was very rare for a Tribulation Transcender to have a spiritual sense stronger than his. The only one Jiang Xi had encountered so far was his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. A 9 Tribulation Sword Immortal who had once seriously injured a true monarch of the monster race had a stronger spiritual sense than him. Therefore, he could peacefully heal his injuries on this inconspicuous starry sky island and perfect his secret technique at the same time. Encrypted information. Undying Taoist, human race characteristics. Excels in strange fast sword techniques. Cultivates the Green Lotus Sword Tao 6,000 variations. Battle record. Killed a 6th Tribulation Transcender of the monster race's frenzied shark race identity. Pending confirmation 1. Jiang Xi of the Purple Heaven Sect, 70% probability 2. Lung Kong of the Sword Sect, 30% probability, level. Top 3 on the assassination list. Tentative, whereabouts. Near the Tonggu continent of the 9th battlefield. After this battle, a piece of information about the Undying Taoist spread among the monster race and ghost race. Because Jiang Xi had used the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords at the end, these powerhouses of the foreign races would naturally associate him with the unknown human genius of the Sword Tao. Therefore, this new piece of information was connected with the previous 2 pieces of information. At the same time, in the identity column, the probability of being recognized as Jiang Xi had risen to 70%. The reason why it wasn't completely confirmed was because Lung Kong of the Sword Sect was also a human genius of the Sword Tao at the Tao integration stage. It was just that he had cultivated for a much longer time than Jiang Xi, close to 10,000 years. Therefore, he wasn't included in the list of geniuses of the new era. Similarly, this piece of information made the eyes of the powerhouses of the foreign races in the 9th battlefield red with envy. A peerless genius of the human race who had killed a 6th Tribulation Transcender with his Tao integration stage cultivation base. If they could successfully kill him, the special rewards they would receive from their race would definitely be beyond imagination. Soon more Tribulation Transcender powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender level rushed from the Tonggu continent to Surging Waves Island. Of course, the powerhouses of the human race also responded to this. Many immortals above the 7th Tribulation Transcender level went to Surging Waves Island. Firstly, it was to protect the geniuses of the human race. Secondly, it was to fight those powerhouses of the foreign races. Soon after, Surging Waves Island fell into a great turmoil that lasted for 30 years. Battles that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth occurred from time to time. However, in the end, no one in the 3 peak races found any trace of the Undying Taoist. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 100 years had passed. In the core area of the 9th battlefield, on an inconspicuous starry sky island. On this day, Jiang Xi, who was hidden deep underground, woke up from his secluded cultivation. After 100 years of secluded cultivation, his injuries had already healed. In addition to his injuries, the biggest gain was the second style of the secret technique he had just created. Therefore, he ended his secluded cultivation. The second style of the self-created secret technique, Vajra Sword. It was a combination of the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of Heaven and Earth. Its attack power was stronger than the Sword of Wind, but its speed was much slower. Deep underground, Jiang Xi frowned slightly, because he was not satisfied with the progress of the self-created secret technique. He had already found the inspiration and direction of the self-created secret technique. He just had to follow this path. Logically speaking, the time to create the second style should be much shorter than the first style of the Sword of Wind. Back then, he had honed himself on Surging Waves Island for 100 years before creating the Sword of Wind. And this second style also took him 100 years. It was very unreasonable. I keep feeling that something is missing. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Xi still could not figure out what the problem was. Let's ask Master Nine Clouds. With this peak powerhouse of the human race, Zhang Xiai certainly would not go to a dead end. The problem that he could not figure out, Master Nine Clouds would definitely be able to see it at a glance. He took out his communication bead and first sent a message out, asking if Master Nine Clouds was free. In just a moment the communication bead received a message. Zhang Xiai hurriedly connected. Then, a wisp of spiritual consciousness turned into a communication phantom and appeared in the Nine Clouds realm through the communication bead. In the sea of corpses, Master Nine Clouds slaughter clone stared at Zhang Xiai. Disciple greets Master. Zhang Xiai bowed respectfully. What is it? Master Nine Clouds asked softly. Disciple has now created 2 secret techniques. However, I have some questions in my heart, and would like Master to give me some pointers. Zhang Xiai answered truthfully. Oh, Master Nine Clouds was a little surprised. According to his original estimation, with Zhang Xi's talent, it should take him about 1,000 years to figure out the embryonic form of the self-created secret technique. But now Zhang Xiai had entered the extraterritorial battlefield to temper himself. It had only been 200 years and he had already created 2 secret techniques. This speed was far beyond his imagination. Zhang Xiai had brought him another surprise. Chapter 539. Most importantly, Zhang Xiai had not created the prototype of his own secret technique. Instead, he had already created 2 secret techniques. This meant that Zhang Xiai had a certain idea of creating his own secret technique. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had lived for countless years and had seen countless geniuses. Of course, there were many who were more talented than Zhang Xiai. However, there were very few who could surprise him like Zhang Xiai. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments stared at Zhang Xiai with his deep eyes for a while. 1,000 years, 200 years perhaps. This little disciple of his still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. I can't use it here. Follow me to the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram, said Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Zhang Xiai was slightly taken aback. To the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram? In the next moment the space around him changed. The communication phantom formed by his wisp of spiritual consciousness was already in another place, a vast starry sky continent. Moreover, the communication phantom had also turned into a spiritual body. This was a state that would only appear when one's spiritual consciousness entered the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. I entered the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram without using the communication pearl? Master, what kind of divine ability is this? Zhang Xiai was secretly shocked. In front of him, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not say much. He said softly, demonstrate your 2 secret techniques. Yes. Zhang Xiai bowed respectfully. After getting up, a long sword appeared in his hand. Sword of Gale. With that said, his mind stirred and the Tao of heaven and earth descended. The soaring sword intent on the sword suddenly had the intent of Gale. Whoosh! At the same time, his figure flashed and his body merged with the sword. The sword was like a gale and instantly disappeared. Wherever it passed, it left behind a broken starry sky river. Sword of Vajra. The sword intent changed from a swift and violent gust of wind to a firm and fierce attack of the Vajra. Although the speed was much slower, when the sword slashed out, it directly turned the starry river into nothingness. A turbulent tide of energy surged in the void. After Tao Lord Nine Firmaments saw the 2 secret techniques, an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Then it disappeared. Whoosh! Zhang Xiai returned to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments with anticipation. He bowed and said, please comment, Master. With the sword Tao as the core and the other Taoist arts as the amplification, it seems that you have indeed found the direction to create your own mystic arts. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded gently. He then added, however, this secret technique of yours can only be said to be a beginner. Still needs to be perfected. If you can form your own system, your future will be promising. Zhang Xiai smiled faintly. As expected of Master Nine Firmaments, he could see through his secret technique at a glance. Master, although I've found the direction, I've encountered some problems recently. He told her about the time he had taken to create the Sword of Gale and the Vajra sword. According to my assumption, the Vajra sword should take less time, Zhang Xiai finally said. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments revealed a smile and explained, secret techniques are combat techniques. You created the Sword of Gale in a desperate situation. As for the Vajra sword, you comprehended it in a state of cultivation, not in a state of battle. Then all I have to do is to fight again? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It's not that simple. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head gently and said, you also need a targeted environment and opponent. Jiang Xi was enlightened. The reason why he was able to create the Sword of Gale was because he was in a desperate situation and urgently needed to avoid a fatal blow. That was why he used his fastest wind elemental Taoist art. He comprehended the Vajra sword through hard work, and did not have a specific environment. That was why it took him more time. To put it simply, a specific environment and opponent played a guiding role. How do I solve this problem? Jiang Xi asked hurriedly. A specific environment and opponent was not easy to find. He could not search the entire world in the outer realm battlefield. That would waste even more time. This starry sky continent is called the Trio Continent. I'll arrange a specific environment and opponent for you according to your Taoist art. You just have to fight them here. If you can create a corresponding mystic technique according to the remaining wood elemental, water elemental, fire elemental, and earth elemental Taoist arts, this mystic technique will be considered complete, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded slightly. Battle. Only by constantly battling can you comprehend a suitable combat mystic technique. Next, you will follow the opponents I've arranged for you. If you can defeat 100 opponents, it will be an ordinary mystic technique. If you defeat more than 1,000 opponents, it will be a pinnacle mystic technique. For example, the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords created by True Monarch Cloudman is a pinnacle mystic technique that has defeated 1,800 opponents. If you defeat more than 3,000 opponents, it will be an ultimate mystic technique. There are very few humans who can create such a mystic technique. Disciple, I hope you can do better. These hopeful words filled Jiang Xi's heart with boundless pride. His eyes shone with golden light. True Monarch Cloudman was a 5 transformations Tao immortal. Although the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords created by him was so powerful, it was only at the intermediate level of pinnacle mystic techniques. As for experts who could create ultimate mystic techniques, there were very few of them in the entire human race. Master Nine Firmaments, as one of the top 3 supreme beings of the human race, must be one of them. I have the experience points panel. If I don't create an ultimate mystic technique in the future, I will be letting myself down. Jiang Xi was very clear about his advantages. With the experience points panel, he could save a lot of time and effort. Just like before, he had used the 360 sets of ordinary mystic techniques to build his foundation and find inspiration. In fact, the Wine Sword Immortal had bought him so many ordinary mystic techniques as a reference for him to comprehend by analogy. He did not expect Jiang Xi to fully comprehend all 360 sets of ordinary mystic techniques. That would take a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to fully comprehend all 360 sets of ordinary mystic techniques. However, Jiang Xi had only used 100 years with the help of the experience points panel. Disciple will remember. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Go. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments waved his sleeves, and Jiang Xi disappeared. He looked at the empty starry sky. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the entire clear sky mountain river diagram. In just a short 1,000 years, he went from being slightly talented to being able to kill a 6th tribulation transcender. Is he really a person with great luck? That old fogey Qing sure. Did he think that he could escape from all this by hiding behind the scenes? Jiang Xi's spirit body went through a series of transformations and appeared in a vast world of flames, volcanoes, and lava converged to form a sea of flames. A giant flame spirit exuding the aura of the immortal Tao condensed from the sea of flames. A 6th tribulation transcender level flame life form can't be seen in the foreign battlefield. Jiang Xi excitedly rushed forward with his sword. A specific environment and opponent was like a custom-made one. It was absolutely extravagant. It had to be said that with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments as his master, he would be able to avoid many detours. Otherwise, if he just immersed himself in cultivation, it would probably take him thousands of years to create a complete secret technique. Boom boom boom. Jiang Xi and the giant flame spirit of the sixth tribulation transcender level fought. Moreover, there was no need to worry about life and death here. Even if he failed, he would only lose a wisp of his spiritual sense, which could be recovered in an instant. He could freely display and experiment with all kinds of secret techniques. In the following time, Jiang Xi entered the rhythm of concentrating on creating his own secret technique. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments arranged various training environments and opponents for him. Each of them was at least a sixth tribulation transcender and was extremely powerful. Moreover, these opponents had a very strong guiding ability. Jiang Xi would only enter the next environment and encounter the next opponent after defeating one opponent. It was very difficult. This was because all of his opponents were targeting his weaknesses. In order to have a better tempering effect, he did not use the Tao fusion technique and relied on his basic Tao integration cultivation. This led to sometimes having to fight an opponent hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times before he could kill them. From the 100th opponent to the 999th opponent, it took him 50 years. Then on the 1000th opponent, it took him a full 10 years and countless deaths before he successfully passed the trial. The effect of this was very obvious. He successfully created a secret technique that combined sword and fire attribute Taoist techniques. The third style, Parting Fire Sword. It had a powerful explosive and offensive power, and was one step closer to forming a complete secret technique. At the same time, Jiang Xi was looking forward to his secret technique even more. Now with just 3 moves he had entered the level of a peak secret technique. He did not relax at all, just like a crazy demon. If he lost, he would fight again. If he died, he would condense his spirit body again and fight again. While fighting, he was also seriously summarizing, comprehending, and improving. In the 150th year, he created the 4th style, Withered Tree Sword, a secret technique that combined sword and wood attribute Taoist techniques. Like a withered tree in spring, it took the opponent's vitality and revived his own vitality. And this style allowed him to defeat 1,300 opponents. In the 200th year, he defeated 1,600 opponents. He successfully created the 5th style, Flowing Water Sword, a secret technique that combined sword and water attribute Taoist techniques. In the 300th year, he defeated 2,000th opponent. He successfully created the 6th style, Shield Mountain Sword, a secret technique that combined sword and earth attribute Taoist techniques. This was the only move that focused on defense among the 6 styles of the secret technique. In this way, among the 7 Taoist techniques that he cultivated, with sword as the core, wind attribute Taoist techniques, and 5 elements Taoist techniques as supplements, he created the 6 styles of the secret technique. According to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, this was a success. Before entering the next trial environment, Riverward frowned as he stood in the middle of a mountain range. Because it was very strange, the secret technique that he created did not appear in the secret technique column on the EXP panel. Could it be because it doesn't have a name? This thought surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. Then he pondered for a moment and thought, I have fate with the Mountain Sea. This secret technique uses Sword Tao as the core, so I'll call it the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. After confirming the name, Jiang Xi checked the EXP panel again and was puzzled. There were no changes in the secret technique column. Perhaps I should be more specific. Gale, Vajra, Deadwood, Flowing Water, Leaving Fire, and Shield Mountain all belong to the Tao of Heaven and Earth level of the various Taoist techniques. This secret technique of mine can be upgraded to the Tao level in the future. Therefore, the combination of these 6 styles can be considered the first volume of the secret technique. Since it's a secret technique of the Tao of Heaven and Earth level, I'll call it the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heaven and Earth Scroll. Boom! Just as this thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, a thunderclap flashed through his mind. Fuck! Did I break a taboo? Jiang Xi's breathing quickened and he could not help but feel terrified. This wisp of spiritual consciousness affected his entire essence spirit. He only felt his essence spirit tremble and could collapse at any time, as if it had encountered a great horror. Suddenly, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who was dressed in blood-red armor and had blood-red hair, appeared in front of Jiang Xi out of thin air. Scram! A cold glint flashed in Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes. He berated Jiang Xi, but it was not directed at Jiang Xi, but at some other existence. Fu Zhangxiai seemed to have escaped from a nightmare. He was freed from the great horror and let out a long sigh. Thank you, Master. Zhangxiai bowed gratefully. If Master Nine Firmaments had not arrived in time, his essence spirit would have collapsed. Only death would await him. What did you do? How did you anger the heavenly Tao and incur its punishment? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. Heavenly Tao? Zhangxiai was shocked. Was that the heavenly Tao? I was just thinking of giving this secret technique a name. It's called the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture. Zhangxiai did not dare to continue. It's fine. I've already dismissed the heavenly Tao here. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. I gave the secret technique a name. It's called the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture. Heaven and Earth. Then the situation just now happened. Zhangxiai continued. Heaven and Earth. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and laughed. Zhangxiai blinked. This was Master Nine Firmaments' slaughter avatar. He rarely laughed. It was the first time he had seen him laugh so loudly. I have to say the ignorant are fearless. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Zhangxiai. He explained, according to the rules of the heavenly Tao, all living beings have to respect the heavens and earth. Otherwise they will be punished. Ordinary living beings are fine and won't be affected too much. The higher the cultivation level of the living being, the easier it is for them to be punished by the heavenly Tao if they violate this taboo. You used these two words as a name, so it's not strange that the situation just now happened. Zhangxiai suddenly understood. No wonder. However, Master Nine Firmaments did not seem to respect the heavenly Tao and directly told it to scram. It seemed that such a powerful existence was no longer afraid of the heavenly Tao. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments seemed to have seen through Zhangxi's doubts. He chuckled. All living beings have to respect the heavens and earth, not the heavenly Tao. Zhangxiai was deep in thought. He understood something. The realm of Tao arts had the true intent of the Tao domain, the Tao of heaven and earth, the great Tao, and the heavenly Tao. The next step in his cultivation of Tao arts was to comprehend the heavenly Tao and then control it. If that was the case, there was indeed no need to respect it. Of course, stepping from the great Tao to the heavenly Tao was like crossing a heavenly chasm. It was impossible unless one was an expert of the immortal Tao. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled again. Just take note of this in the future. If you really want to use the heavens and earth as your name, you can change it. For example, the two words universe will do. Zhangxiai nodded. Then I'll call it the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Universe Scroll. After confirming the name, he checked his experience panel again. His eyes were a little blank. Strangely, there was still no change in the mystic technique column. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments noticed Zhangxi's abnormality and said, I've already seen the process of you creating your mystic technique. Your 6 mystic technique moves are at the level of the Tao of heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, your Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Universe Scroll can only be considered half a pinnacle mystic technique. However, these 6 moves are faintly combined and form a system. Even if you take them out alone, they can be considered a complete set of pinnacle mystic techniques. Do you have any other questions? No, I'm just amazed that I was able to create a pinnacle mystic technique. Zhangxiai shook his head. You've done well. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave a rare praise and said with a smile, any pinnacle powerhouse starts from being weak and small and walks up step by step. Moreover, you defeated a total of 2,000 opponents to create these 6 moves. Even compared to the entire human race, your half of a pinnacle mystic technique has already surpassed almost all tribulation transcenders and most Tao immortals. For example, your other master, the Wine Sword Immortal, has a pinnacle mystic technique. However, his mystic technique can only defeat 1,200 opponents at most in my trial. Even so, he barely has the strength of a Tao immortal. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments finally said. Hearing this, Zhangxiai was not surprised. He already knew the strength of his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. How does it compare to the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords? Zhangxiai asked. If we're just comparing the first half, the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords is naturally inferior to your Mountain Sea Sword Scripture. However, in terms of completeness, the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords is better. After all, after mastering this mystic technique, one can become a Tao Lord. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Zhangxiai nodded. He understood what was going on. From the cultivation conditions of the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords, it could be seen that this pinnacle mystic technique covered the Tao of the sword and sword intent. It was equivalent to the Tao of the heavens and earth and the Great Tao. As for his Mountain Sea Sword scripture, the Cosmos Scroll, it only contained the Tao of the heavens and earth. Since you've already mastered the mystic technique, the trial here will not be of much help to you for the time being. Continue fighting in the foreign battlefield. Every battle will make this half of the mystic technique more complete. At the same time, you'll be able to comprehend life and death through life and death battles. Only then will you be able to find the path to the second half of the mystic technique. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a serious expression. Yes. Jiang Xi bowed. A wisp of spiritual sense took the form of a spiritual body and disappeared into the sky-piercing mountain river painting. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes moved like a river of stars. It was as if he could see Jiang Xi in the foreign battlefield. Although he had praised Jiang Xi just now, he had only praised half of it. Under normal circumstances, it would take 100,000 years to create a peak mystic technique. Even 1,000,000 years would be considered a small amount. Experts below the true monarch realm, even ninth tribulation transcenders, only had 100,000 years of lifespan. With such a limited lifespan, there were naturally very few people who could create a peak mystic technique. Therefore, only true monarchs with endless lifespan had the qualifications to create peak mystic techniques. Of course, it was only the qualifications. Without inspiration, it was useless no matter how long one's lifespan was. This little guy. Even if I arranged a specific environment and opponent for him, saving him thousands of times more time, he would still need at least 2,000 years of lifespan, but it should take at least 1 or 2,000 years for it to be reasonable, but he only used 300 years. This was another surprise. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes were filled with anticipation. In the foreign battlefield, in the core area of the 9th battlefield, near the Tonggu continent, there was an inconspicuous small starry sky island. Riverward had been hiding in the depths of the earth for 400 years. He opened his eyes, which were full of doubts. I still feel that something is wrong. Master Nine Firmaments said that my mystic technique has been completed. Even if it's only half of a peak mystic technique, it can be considered a complete one. But why is the Mountain Sea Sword manual not recorded in the experience points panel? Could it be that this half of a peak mystic technique is still missing something? Is there no system of its own? Master Nine Firmaments just said that the 6 moves faintly fit together. It's only faintly fit. Perhaps it's not completely fit. Deep underground, Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a divine light. He suddenly broke through the nearly 10,000 kilometers underground and arrived in the starry sky. I'll find an opponent to test it out. Jiang Xi's gaze turned to the vast Tonggu continent. That inexplicable aura had been lingering in the starry sky. It's time to go to the Tonggu continent. He took out a top-grade spirit boat and shuttled in the direction of the Tonggu continent. In the Heavenly Mountain River diagram, Master Nine Firmaments had arranged a trial for him, so he didn't have to worry about life and death. It was very difficult for him to feel any real pressure in such a battle, because there was no sense of urgency between life and death. As for the previous Surging Waves Island, he didn't care about it anymore. Even the so-called invincible 6th Tribulation Transcender on the Surging Waves Island was killed by him. There was no challenge for him to go there again. The Tonggu continent is full of powerhouses. Those who dare to go there are basically at least 3rd Tribulation Transcender. On the Surging Waves Island, 6th Tribulation Transcenders can be considered invincible. But in the Tonggu continent, they can often be encountered. Only 7th Tribulation Transcenders and above dare to go there alone. According to the information Jiang Xi collected on the Surging Waves Island, there were more than 100,000 7th Tribulation Transcenders on the Tonggu continent. As for the remaining 8th Tribulation Transcenders, there were more than 10,000. Although there weren't many 9th Tribulation Transcenders, that was only relative to the number of 10,000. Adding all the races together, there were more than 1,000 known 9th Tribulation Transcenders. It could be said that in the entire 9th battlefield, 90% of the powerhouses above 7th Tribulation Transcender were gathered on the Tonggu continent. Although the largest diameter of this starry sky continent is 20,000 light-years, the possibility of encountering a 9th Tribulation Transcender is very small. Moreover, my strength has increased, but I still have to be very careful. Jiang Xi was very clear that in his current situation, once his true identity was exposed, he would attract countless powerhouses from other races. Any random ninth tribulation transcender could put him in a real life and death crisis. The top-grade spirit boat carefully shuttled through the starry sky. According to the starry sky map, the distance from this unremarkable starry sky island to the Tonggu continent was nearly 1 light-year. If he flew at sublight speed, it would take him about a year. On the following journey, he would occasionally encounter some small teams of other races. If he was in a good mood, he would go over and kill them, reaping a wave of experience and military merits. If he was in a bad mood, he would rely on the strength of his spiritual sense, which was comparable to that of a ninth tribulation transcender, to avoid them. According to this rhythm, the journey was quite smooth. As time passed, he got closer and closer to the Tonggu continent. The strength of the small teams and tribulation transcender powerhouses he encountered also gradually increased. At the same time, the inexplicable aura he felt was getting stronger and stronger. A year later, Jiang Xi finally arrived in front of the Tonggu continent. He stood on the deck of the flying boat, and with another jump, he entered the sky above the Tonggu continent. The boundless ancient aura mixed with the inexplicable aura suddenly shook his spirit, and he felt as if all the cells in his body were boiling. The real battle has finally come. First launch, then changed. Chapter 540. In the starry sky millions of kilometers above the Tonggu continent, an inconspicuous top-grade spirit boat was flying at sublight speed. Inside the flying boat, Jiang Xi still maintained the appearance of the mountain sea immortal. While controlling the flying boat, he used his spiritual sense to explore the situation within a radius of 10 million kilometers, looking for a suitable target. 8 million kilometers away, there is a ghost army, 2 fourth tribulation transcenders, and more than 10,000 ghost cultivators. Jiang Xi did not stop and continued to search. After a while, after flying for 100 million kilometers, his spiritual sense found something else. A tribulation transcenders team of the origin dragon race, 1/4 tribulation transcender, and more than 100 Dao integration experts. The origin dragon race belonged to the monster race camp, but it was not a monster race. It was a small top race. However, Jiang Xi still did not stop. These were not his targets. After flying for another 20 minutes and crossing 200 million kilometers, he found something else. A tribulation transcenders team of the monster race, and the leader of the team is a 4th tribulation transcender. Half an hour later, I finally encountered a team with a 5th tribulation transcender leader, but this is from the human camp. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. It had been 3 days since he officially stepped into the Tonggu continent. In the past 3 days he found hundreds of teams, including teams of tribulation transcenders and cultivators. Whether these teams were from the human race or other races, without exception, their leaders were at least 4th tribulation transcenders, and a small number were 5th tribulation transcenders. This showed that in the Tonggu continent, if a team did not have a 4th tribulation transcender or above, they would not be able to survive. 4th tribulation transcender powerhouses can already dominate Vast Wave Island, but they are extremely common in the Tonggu continent. Unfortunately, there are still too few powerhouses above the 7th tribulation transcender level. In the entire Tonggu continent, there are more than 100,000 7th tribulation transcenders, more than 10,000 8th tribulation transcenders, and only 1,000 9th tribulation transcenders. Moreover, many powerhouses above the 7th tribulation transcender level are fixed in one area. In such a vast continent, it's quite difficult to meet one. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi sighed softly. As long as there is a 6th tribulation transcender, I can have a good fight. So far, he had not even met a 6th tribulation transcender. His luck was a bit bad. In the starry sky about 30 million kilometers away from Jiang Xi, a bird-shaped supreme-grade spirit vessel was shuttling at a high speed. The interior of this flying boat was extremely luxurious. Inside the magnificent hall, a 6th tribulation transcender from the monster race's Scarlet Loach clan was sitting on a throne, exuding a tyrannical aura. The crimson locusts looked like apes, but they had white heads and red feet. They belonged to the top bloodline of the demon clan. and their ancient ancestor was the legendary ferocious beast Jiyan. This sixth tribulation transcender Scarlet Loach was 100 meters tall, and there were 3 slightly smaller fifth tribulation transcender Scarlet Loaches beside him. A sixth tribulation transcender, Scarlet Yen, couldn't help but angrily say, "Despicable humans, calling for reinforcements when you can't beat them. Too cunning." Not long ago, they had hunted down a human tribulation transcender squad. Just as they were about to succeed, 3 other human tribulation transcender squads came one after another. Instead, they became the targets of the hunt. In the end, they suffered a great loss and could only flee. One of the fifth tribulation transcender, Qi Yan, sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. The human race's communication methods are far superior to ours, and they can quickly send reinforcements. On the other hand, our monster race," Qi Yan, a sixth tribulation transcender, shook his head and said, "They were only able to occupy the best territory in the universe by relying on the heavenly eye. Otherwise, how could such a weak body of the human race resist the conquest of our monster race?" Another fifth tribulation transcender, Qi Yan, echoed, "Your Excellency is right. Originally, our monster race also occupied the best territory in the universe." The sixth tribulation transcender, Qi Yan, coldly said, "Humph, sooner or later, our monster race will return to the core of the universe and take back our ancestral land. A good territory could nurture even more talented life forms. This way, the race would become stronger and stronger." The extraterritorial battlefield was located between the 3 pinnacle races. The human race, the demon race, and the ghost race had fought against each other for countless epochs in the extraterritorial battlefield. Originally, the 3 pinnacle races were evenly matched, each occupying a territory in the core area of the universe. Ever since the Heavenly Eye appeared, the Yao and Ghost clans had been at a disadvantage. As a result, the Yao and Ghost clans formed an alliance to deal with the human race together. Haha. I hope we'll still be alive at that time. Then we'll have to cultivate to the true monarch realm. Our Qi Yan race has the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Qi Yan, and our talent is extraordinary. The probability of us becoming a true monarch is still very high." The 3 fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yan laughed in disgust. On the throne, the 100-meter-tall sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan was somewhat puzzled. The 3 fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yan stopped discussing and asked, "Your Excellency, what happened?" The sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan said with a strange expression, "My spiritual sense discovered a top-grade spirit boat of the human race more than 6 million kilometers away." Human race? Haha, I've been suppressing a fire in my heart. Let's destroy them. A fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yan laughed. The sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan shook his head and said, "I haven't finished yet. There's only one human Dao integration stage expert in that top-grade spirit boat." A human Dao integration stage expert? The 3 fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yan were shocked. Soon, their spiritual senses also discovered it, and their faces were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? I've never seen a lone cultivator at the Dao integration stage. The Tonggu continent is extremely dangerous. No matter which race's Dao integration stage cultivators come to the Tonggu continent with a team of tribulation transcenders or a cultivator army. If he dares to come to the Tonggu continent alone, isn't he courting death? The sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan gently shook his head and said with a serious expression, "I suddenly thought of someone. Do you still remember? 400 years ago, our race issued a hunting mission. The target was a human Dao integration stage expert called the Undying Taoist. That Undying Taoist was suspected to be the genius of the human race, Jiang Ci." The 3 fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yan were pleasantly surprised. "It's that Undying Taoist from the Surging Waves Island? 400 years ago, many 7th tribulation transcenders of the Tonggu continent rushed to the Surging Waves Island, where a great battle broke out. It's said that 1% of the entire Surging Waves Island was destroyed, but in the end, that Undying Taoist was not found. I wonder if the one in front of us is that Undying Taoist? The possibility is very high." The 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan smiled. "Regardless, let's kill him first. If that was the case, it would be an extremely generous reward." In the monster camp of the 9th battlefield of the foreign battlefield, There was a mission to kill the undying Taoist. The reward for completing the mission was equivalent to killing a ninth tribulation transcender. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they would just casually kill a human Tao integration stage expert who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As for his strength, because of the previous mission information, they all knew that the undying Taoist's actual combat strength was at the level of a sixth tribulation transcender. Only 400 years had passed, so the strength of this undying Taoist should not have changed much. Their team had 1 sixth tribulation transcender and 3 fifth tribulation transcenders. Moreover, with the bloodline of the murderer Zhu Yan, their combat strength was 20% or 30% higher than powerhouses of the same level. Even if a 7th tribulation transcender came, they would still dare to fight. Immediately after, they drove the bird-shaped supreme-grade spirit boat and quickly shuttled toward Jiang Xi's flying boat at sublight speed. This human rookie is still leisurely drinking wine. A 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yin laughed. With their spiritual awareness, they got a thorough understanding of the situation of the human flying boat. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Presumably, with the strength of his spiritual sense, he won't be able to discover us even if we are only 1,000,000 kilometers away from him. Soon, the distance between the two flying boats was only 1,000,000 kilometers. They found that the human Tao integration stage expert was still leisurely drinking wine without any movement. I increasingly feel that he's just an ordinary human Tao integration stage expert. A 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yin shook his head. A 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yin also nodded. A peerless genius of the human race, even if he's at the Tao integration stage, can use all kinds of soul secret techniques to probe 1,000,000 kilometers away with his spiritual sense. He still hasn't discovered us. I'm afraid he's really just an ordinary Tao integration stage expert. Another 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yin coldly said, "Let me make a move. I'll destroy that flying boat with one move. Don't be careless. Let's wait and see." As the battle approached, the 6th tribulation transcender Scarlet Yin remained calm amidst the violence. 1,000,000 kilometers away, inside the supreme-grade spirit boat, Jiang Xi was indeed drinking wine. After being together with Liquor Sword Immortal for a long time, he had also acquired the habit of drinking. When he had nothing to do, he would take a few sips to relieve his mood. His expression seemed relaxed, but his spiritual sense was constantly in a spread-out state. In fact, he had already discovered the Tribulation Transcender Squad of the Qi Yin clan. By relying on his spiritual senses range of 10,000,000 kilometers, every move of the 4 Qi Yans was under the surveillance of his spiritual sense, not knowing what's good for him. However, it'll be clear in a while who's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. It wasn't easy to find a suitable target, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. There were only 1,000,000 kilometers between the two sides, and they would meet in at most 3 seconds. This seemed short, but it was actually very long. For immortal Tao powerhouses, even 1 second was enough to do a lot of things. 2 seconds passed. There were only 200,000 kilometers between the two sides, and they were about to meet in the sky 1,000,000 kilometers above the Tungu continent. The cold 5th tribulation transcender, Scarlet Yen, left the flying ship and stood in the starry sky with its huge white head and red feet. Then he opened his huge mouth and opened his arms, condensing a ball of immortal power with a terrifying aura. Go! His figure flashed twice, and he instantly arrived 200,000 kilometers away, smashing the ball of immortal power with a whistling sound. Boom! Jiang Xi's top-grade spirit boat was directly blown to pieces, and the turbulent energy surged in the starry sky. The cold 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yin lightly snorted. Can't even withstand a single blow. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face, which was very similar to a human's, changed. The turbulent energy of the explosion gradually subsided, and a figure wearing dark red battle armor was quietly standing in the void, unharmed. Not dead. The cold 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yan's eyes flashed fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan and the other 2 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yans also flew over. They had all seen the scene of the explosion just now. One of the 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yan said, "To be able to remain unharmed under the attack of a 5th tribulation transcender, it seems that you should be that Taoist undying." The other 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yan also laughed. "This is great luck. The reward for killing him is equivalent to killing a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The 6th Tribulation Transcender Qi Yan said in a deep voice, "Let's end this quickly. Don't talk nonsense with him." One couldn't be careless in any battle. This was common knowledge that had been learned for tens of thousands of years in the Tonggu continent. The 3 5th Tribulation Transcender Qi Yans also didn't underestimate the human in front of them. The 3 of them flashed and surrounded Jiang Xi's path of retreat. "You're right, encountering me is indeed great luck. However, this is my luck. After killing you, I should get a lot of military merits." Jiang Xi smiled. "Arrogant." The 4 Qi Yan sneered. "Go." The Qi Yan race wasn't known for their huge bodies, so their immortal bodies weren't too big. The 4 Qi Yans all had immortal bodies of around 100 meters. However, they were more proficient in fire-type and metal-type Taoist techniques. With the help of their bloodline power, they could perform joint attacks. This was why they had the confidence to fight against a 7th Tribulation Transcender. They each held a long staff magical treasure and rushed out with majestic immortal power in fire-type and metal-type Taoist techniques. As soon as they made their move, they launched a joint attack. Their immortal power, Taoist techniques, and other attacks condensed into a 10,000-kilometer-tall Qi Yan energy body in an instant. It was as if the ancient ferocious beast Qi Yan had been reborn. This huge energy body Qi Yan also held a 10,000-kilometer-long staff. Then it roared and attacked Jiang Xi. The whole space began to tremble and shatter. This was a power close to that of a 7th Tribulation Transcender. At this critical moment, this thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. "I wonder if I can find the flaws of the Mountain and Sea Sword Sutra's Cosmos Scroll through this battle?" With the goal of finding the problem and testing his strength, he only used the Mountain and Sea Sword Sutra. He didn't use the Tao fusion technique that could increase the amplitude of his spiritual energy. He waved the Scarlet Heaven Sword in his hand, and the 6 styles of the Cosmos Scroll appeared at the same time. Then, 6 100-meter-long sword lights circled around his body. They corresponded to the Sword of Wind and the 5 techniques of the 5 elements. The Sword of Wind circled above him, and the techniques of the 5 elements circled around him. His body was like an immortal sword that wanted to pierce through the firmament. His body was like a sword. This was what Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments had said. The 6 styles faintly combined and formed a system of their own. Jiang Xi had relied on the 6 styles of the Cosmos Scroll to defeat his 2000th opponent in the trial. The process of casting these techniques only took an instant. The attacks of the 2 sides collided. The huge energy body Qi Yan was about to hit Jiang Xi with its staff. If this staff with power close to that of a 7th Tribulation Transcender hit Jiang Xi, even if his body was close to that of a low-grade immortal treasure, it would still disintegrate. Mountain Shield. Jiang Xi's mind moved. A 100-meter-long sword light that represented the Mountain Shield instantly merged with the Scarlet Heaven Sword in his body. The sword light turned into tens of thousands of meters long, like a mountain and a shield. Boom! The starry river shattered, and the sound of thunder echoed for millions of miles. The sword of the Mountain Shield shattered, and the staff was blocked as well. It was barely blocked. Jiang Xi stood in the broken space turbulence, and 6 huge sword lights circled around him, exuding a different kind of aura. A 5th Tribulation Transcender, Qi Yan excitedly said, "This is the strength of a 6th Tribulation Transcender. He must be the Taoist Undying." Another 5th Tribulation Transcender Qi Yan was also excited. "Sir, kill him with the body of Qi Yan." The 6th Tribulation Transcender, Qi Yan laughed. The 4 of them controlled the body of Qi Yan with him as the core. It was the energy body Qi Yan that was tens of thousands of kilometers tall. Kill! The staff in the hands of the body of Qi Yan turned into a dragon that was tens of thousands of kilometers long. It danced in the starry sky, stirring up heaven and earth. Then with endless power it smashed toward Jiang Xi. Vajra! Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. He merged with the Vajra sword, and golden light whistled as he took the initiative to meet the attack. He wanted to use this kind of battle to find the problem with the Cosmos Scroll, or rather, the flaw boom. The Vajra sword collided with the 10,000-kilometer-long staff of the body of Qi Yan. An energy that was extremely close to that of a 7th Tribulation Transcender erupted, covering millions of kilometers. Jiang Xi was directly sent flying. Cracks finally appeared on his body, but they were not as scary as before. A fifth tribulation transcender, Qi Yan, laughed. Haha, his strength is far inferior to the body of Qi Yan. Kill him. The huge body of Qi Yan once again waved the staff, creating a ravine between heaven and earth as it smashed toward Jiang Xi. The terrifying power squeezed the sky, forcing Jiang Xi to face the enemy head-on. This was the result that Jiang Xi hoped for. Only with pressure could he find the problem. He thought of something. Flowing water. Flowing water sword. Then he was sent flying again. At the same time, the staff chased after him and smashed down. Dead wood. He changed his sword technique and continued to resist the staff. Next, he and the body of Qi Yan that was tens of thousands of kilometers tall continued to crazily collide and fight in the starry sky. Wind sword, diamond sword, deadwood sword, flowing water sword, departing fire sword, and shield mountain sword. The 6 styles of the universe were used one after another. At the same time, more and more cracks appeared on his body. His body could collapse at any time, and the situation seemed to be in danger. He's still not dead. Even if this human Dao integration stage expert isn't Jiang Xi, he's definitely one of the top 3 peerless geniuses of the human race. A 6th tribulation transcender, Qi Yan, exuded a fierce light. Haha, this is good. No matter what his identity is, as long as we kill him, we can obtain a great reward equivalent to killing a 9th tribulation transcender. The 3 5th tribulation transcender Qi Yan were pleasantly surprised. 9th tribulation transcenders were existences that stood at the peak of the Tonggu continent. Even if there were 10,000 of them, they could not kill a 9th tribulation transcender. He's about to die again. A 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan could no longer keep calm, and his tyrannical aura continued to rise. The 4 of them joined forces and controlled the body of Qi Yan to attack again. A staff shadow swept out, and the starry sky within tens of thousands of kilometers exploded. Jiang Xi took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely solemn. He had reached his limit and knew where the limit of the 6 styles of the universe was. However, he had not found the problem and the flaw. I'll block this last attack. If I still can't find it, I can only kill them with all my strength and then find the next target. Jiang Xi made a decision in his heart. He could not put himself to death just to find the flaw of the secret technique. Whoosh, the staff came crashing down with boundless power. Jiang Xi used the 6 styles of the universe again, either dodging, colliding, or defending. Boom! Boom! His whole body was constantly sent flying, and more cracks appeared on his body. Even if his body was close to a low-grade immortal treasure, it was about to collapse. Under such circumstances, the 6 styles of the universe became faster and faster. Suddenly, Jiang Xi had a flash of inspiration. He found it. There was a slight delay in the transformation of the 6 styles of the universe, forming a system. Yes, the 5 styles of the 5-element system seem to be faintly combined, but they have not really integrated into the 6 styles of the universe. Jiang Xi finally found the problem. After he used the 6 styles of the universe, his body was like a sword, and the 5 styles of the 5-element system surrounded him. Wind-type Dao arts were ethereal to begin with. As the saying goes, ethereal follows the wind. The Gale Sword was very natural and perfectly fused with the 6 stances of the universe. However, the 5 styles of the 5-element system were forcibly mixed together by the sword intent. Seemed to be integrated, but in fact it was drifting outside. Otherwise, the transformation of the 6 styles of the universe would be extremely smooth, and there would not be any delay. Boom! When this thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, he was sent flying 100,000 kilometers again. Crack, crack, crack. His body was about to collapse. Haha, die for me. 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan shouted. The staff that could destroy heaven and earth swept out again. But at this moment, Jiang Xi stopped in his tracks. Dao fusion technique. He directly used the 7 paths fusion technique, and his spiritual energy amplitude increased by 7 times. From 20,000 times, it increased to 140,000 times. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xi's mind moved again. Gale. The sword light that represented the Gale sword suddenly merged with his body and Scarlet Heaven sword. This time his speed increased significantly. The previous time he flickered, it was only 100,000 kilometers. But this time it was close to the speed of light, more than 200,000 kilometers. Whoosh, he disappeared from where he stood, dodging the attack. In the next moment, he penetrated the body of Qi Yan and appeared next to a fifth tribulation transcender. Vajra. Slash. The sword light of the Vajra sword merged with the body of the sword, and the power of his sword increased by thousands of times. The sword fell. What? That fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yan was excited and looking forward to killing the enemy, and did not have time to react. He found that his body began to move away from his sight, and his primordial spirit began to dissipate. Voila! The body of Qi Yan that was tens of thousands of kilometers tall also dissipated. The joint attack was broken. In this part of the starry sky, there were only 3 Qi Yans left. So fast. The expression of the sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan changed greatly. He was the only one who could keep up with Jiangxi's speed. Just a little meant that he could not keep up. Now the sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan was also stunned. The situation had changed, and no one knew what had happened. How did the strength of this human Dao integration suddenly increase by 100 times? How can he be so powerful? Seventh tribulation transcender? No. Eighth tribulation transcender. He must be an eighth tribulation transcender. Run, run, run. He's a lone cultivator in disguise, definitely not a Dao integration stage undying Daoist. The remaining 2 fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yans were very excited just now, but at this time they were really scared and turned around to escape. However, 2 more sword lights passed by at nearly the speed of light, shattering the starry sky. The 2 fifth tribulation transcender Qi Yans did not even escape 100,000 kilometers before their primordial spirits were destroyed by the sword lights. As for the 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan, he had already escaped. He did not have any thoughts of fighting again. Damn it. He was clearly about to die just now. He played us like this. Who the hell is he? If he's an 8th tribulation transcender, his aura will definitely not be able to hide from me. Unless he's a 9th tribulation transcender, then he can disguise himself so that even I can't detect him. But 9th tribulation transcenders are all lofty existences in the Tonggu continent. They are all looking for those hidden opportunities, and will not do such a boring thing. Perhaps he really is the undying Daoist. Did he just make a breakthrough? The 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan was frightened and anxious. Suddenly, he thought of a key piece of information. Yes. His extremely fast sword is very similar to the strange fast sword of the undying Daoist mentioned in the intelligence. Then he smiled bitterly. So what if he confirmed that this person was the undying Daoist? His spiritual sense discovered that the undying Daoist was only 500,000 kilometers away from him, and the distance between the two sides was rapidly shrinking. Request for help. I can only ask for help. Hopefully, there are 7th tribulation transcenders or 8th tribulation transcenders of the monster camp nearby. He quickly sent out a message through the secret communication array in his storage magical treasure. I found a human Dao integration stage expert with the battle prowess of an 8th tribulation transcender. It's the undying Daoist from the Surging Waves Island. He killed 3 of my 5th tribulation transcender subordinates with 3 sword strikes. My position is, if there is anyone nearby, please send help quickly. This message for help spread within a range of 10 billion light-years, and only the experts of the monster camp could receive it. But if they wanted to save him, not only did they have to be at least a 7th tribulation transcender, but they also had to be within a range of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Otherwise, they would not be able to arrive in time. Run! As long as I can wait for reinforcements to arrive, I can win. Every time the 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan flashed, he would travel more than 100,000 kilometers. He did not dare to change to a flying boat, because the time it took to change was enough for the human Dao integration stage experts behind him to catch up. The distance between the two sides was still 200,000 kilometers. 6 huge sword lights circled around Jiangxi. He had already found the flaw of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Cosmos Scroll. This 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan will definitely ask for help from the monster camp. If there is a stronger monster nearby, I will have no choice but to escape. I have to deal with him as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, he merged his body with his sword, and his sword moved like a gust of wind. His figure constantly shuttled through the void, approaching the sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan at a speed close to the speed of light. 2 seconds later he finally caught up. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only 10,000 kilometers, and he would arrive in an instant. Die! The sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan turned around and gathered his strength for an attack. The long staff in his hand expanded by 10,000 times, and he swung it toward Zhang Xi. Immortal power, which carried flames and golden light, emitted a terrifying aura that spread to a radius of 1 million kilometers. Your strongest attack? Zhang Xi chuckled. Departing fire. He directly used the departing fire sword, which was also his strongest attack. At the same time, with the support of the Dao fusion technique, the power of this sword was also thousands of times stronger than before. A blazing heat wave suddenly swept out, and the entire starry sky seemed to be burning. A sword light that was 100,000 kilometers long collided with the staff shadow of the sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan. Boom boom boom. The staff shadow exploded and turned into nothingness. However, the departing fire sword was still firm, and it cut through the starry sky, continuing to slash toward the sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan. Human! The sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan roared, full of despair. He couldn't dodge this attack, let alone block it. Explode, explode, explode. Immortal power quickly circulated in his 100-meter-tall immortal body, and his immortal body also began to expand. He wanted to self-destruct and die together with his opponent. Too late, too slow. Zhang Xi shook his head. With a thought, the departing fire sword that was 100,000 kilometers long slashed down. Boom! The sixth tribulation transcender Qi Yan, who had expanded to a height of 10,000 meters, was directly killed by this huge sword. His primordial spirit was destroyed, and his immortal body scattered. Whoosh! Zhang Xi's figure flashed, and he cleaned up the battlefield. After the death of a sixth tribulation transcender and 3/5 tribulation transcender, the immortal power of the dead spread throughout the starry sky. Just as it was about to return to nothingness, it was quickly swallowed by the heaven-connecting tower inside Zhang Xi's body. Retreat! After that, Zhang Xi didn't stay any longer. He flipped his hand, took out a new supreme-grade spirit boat, and disappeared. Encrypted information, human race's undying Taoist characteristics, sword user battle record, killed a sixth tribulation transcender and 3/5 tribulation transcender of the Qi Yan race. Combat strength, 8th tribulation transcender, to be confirmed. Identity, to be confirmed 1. Primordial Chaos X Venerable Baogua, 70% chance 2. Zhang Xi of the Purple Heaven Sect, 20% chance 3. Lung Kong of the Sword Sect, 10% chance. Rank, top 10 of the assassination list, tentative. Whereabouts, Tonggu continent of the 9th battlefield. That 6th tribulation transcender Qi Yan had sent a request for help before his death. Not long after his death, such information appeared in the monster camp of the 9th battlefield of the foreign battlefield. From the content of the information, the possibility of being recognized as Zhang Xi had decreased to 20%. The result of this battle indicated that this undying Taoist had the combat strength of an 8th tribulation transcender. For tribulation transcender powerhouses, the 7th tribulation was a watershed. After the 8th tribulation and 9th tribulation, each tribulation would greatly increase one's strength. Correspondingly, the difficulty of cultivating and increasing one's strength was also very high. Chapter 541. Zhang Xi didn't know that someone had taken the blame for him. After the battle, he quickly found an ordinary mountain range in Tonggu continent. He restrained his aura and drilled into the depths of the mountain range. He had already used his spiritual sense to explore the area with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, and confirmed that there were no hidden powerhouses here. Unless the other party's spiritual sense was far stronger than his, or they had a special aura concealing technique. In that case, even if his spiritual sense was comparable to that of a 9th tribulation transcender, he wouldn't be able to find the other party. Of course, the probability of encountering such an extreme situation was very small. Therefore, Jiang Xi temporarily hid in this mountain range without worry. With the flawed mountain sea sword scripture, the universe scroll, he easily killed a 6th tribulation transcender and 3 5th tribulation transcenders of the scarlet locusts. Moreover, the joint attack of these 4 scarlet locusts was close to that of a 7th tribulation transcender. From this, Jiang Xi confirmed his current comprehensive combat strength. I can barely be considered an 8th tribulation transcender. In addition, the most important thing was that he found the flaw of the 6 styles of the universe. The 5 styles of the 5-element system haven't really been integrated into the 6 styles of the universe. As long as this problem is solved, the universe scroll can be considered a major success. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. If it wasn't the auxiliary secret technique he accidentally created, the mountain sea sword scripture would be the first combat secret technique he created. And the universe scroll was the foundation of the mountain sea sword scripture. Only a flawless universe scroll that could truly form its own system was qualified to be recorded in the experience value panel. At that time, he could use the panel to deduce and improve the later realms of the mountain sea sword scripture. He wouldn't have to risk his life and fight all over the world to find inspiration. The key now was how to solve the flaw of the 6 styles of the universe. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi chuckled. He already had a clue, so he chose to hide instead of continuing to fight. Some life's opportunities are actually determined early on. Before the Great Change on Earth, he was the supervisory elder of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Star region. Because Soaring Rainbow Sect secretly controlled White Feather Star trade and captured the people of his Mountain Sea Star trade, he then destroyed White Feather Star trade during that battle. The leader of the White Jade Star Trading Company, Yan Qi, had used a special magic treasure to unleash the power of the 5 elements. Her strength had greatly increased and she had reached the level of invincible Dao integration stage. At that time, after he killed Yan Qi, that special Dharma treasure naturally became his spoils of war, and had been lying in his storage Dharma treasure ever since. Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out a strangely shaped full moon scimitar. There were 5 rings hanging on the blade, making clinking sounds. Although it's only a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, it can perfectly fuse the Taoist rhymes of the 5 elements Taoist techniques together to form an even stronger Taoist technique, the power of the 5 elements. He clearly remembered that battle scene. An ordinary Tao integration stage super mighty figure had relied on the power of the 5 elements to become invincible in the Tao integration stage. If I can figure out the core principle of this special artifact, I might be able to solve the problem of the 6 styles of the universe. Jiang Xi's eyes revealed a divine light. He waved his hand to refine the full moon scimitar, and injected his late-stage Tao integration stage spiritual sense into it. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to summon the 5 elements Taoist techniques. He first summoned the power of the Taoist rhymes of the heaven and earth Tao, and injected it into the full moon scimitar. Then the power of the 5 Taoist rhymes, accompanied by spiritual power, spiraled out in a strange way. The 5 rings on the full moon scimitar merged together and turned into a huge rune diagram. An even more powerful power of the Taoist rhymes appeared. The power of the 5 elements. Jiang Xi's gaze fell on the rune diagram. He carefully felt this power and exclaimed in his heart, "I've crossed a whole realm." The power of the 5 elements Taoist techniques of the heaven and earth Tao level already possesses the power of the great Tao level. Perhaps the 5 elements Taoist techniques of the 6 styles of the universe can be fused in a similar way? He guessed. His intuition told him that this was the right path. No matter what the result was, the power of the 5 elements Taoist techniques would definitely increase greatly. With the 6 styles of the universe, he barely had the combat power of an 8th tribulation transcender. If the fusion of the 5 elements Taoist techniques allowed the 6 styles of the universe to reach perfection, what level would his combat power reach? Comprehension. Next, Jiang Xi used the full moon scimitar to display the power of the 5 elements Taoist techniques over and over again, comprehending the mysteries of the fusion of the 5 elements Taoist techniques. He could feel that this fusion method was different from the fusion of Taoist techniques of the Taoist fusion technique. Instead, it was a deep fusion just like the 6 styles of the universe. It was a deep fusion of the sword path and other Taoist techniques. At the same time, Jiang Xi was not blindly cultivating and comprehending. He knew that combat practice was the best teacher. Therefore, every time he comprehended something, he would go out and hunt for tribulation transcenders of other races to fight and experiment with various things. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye Jiang Xi had been in the Tonggu continent for 10 years. During these 10 years he had experienced hundreds of battles. Not counting the 4 people of the Scarlet Yen clan that he had killed in the beginning, he had also killed a 7th Tribulation Transcender, 14 6th Tribulation Transcender, and 36 5th Tribulation Transcender. The other powerhouses of other races below the 5th Tribulation Transcender realm were not counted in his battle record. In addition, Jiang Xi also gradually noticed that the Tribulation Transcenders of the monster races camp were particularly crazy after seeing him. This was a sign of danger. He knew very well that he would definitely attract the attention of other races and put a bounty on his head if he were to wander alone in the Tonggu continent with his Dao integration stage body. Judging from this situation, he had already been targeted by the monster race's camp. Therefore, after every battle he would change his hiding place. The communication methods of the other races were far inferior to those of the human race. His frequent change of location, coupled with the strength of his spiritual sense that was comparable to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender, allowed him to escape the encirclement of the monster race's camp many times. It was worth mentioning that in the past 10 years, the powerhouses of other races that Jiang Xi had hunted down had also provided him with a lot of military merit points. The Purple Heaven Sect's requirement for his life and death tempering was 10 trillion military merit points. His current military merit points were close to 30 trillion, and he had already completed it. He could end his life and death tempering at any time and return to the human territory. However, Jiang Xi did not have such plans because his 6 styles of the universe had not yet been perfected since it was a secret combat technique. He naturally had to obtain it in battle. An excellent place to temper oneself like the foreign battlefield was not something that could be found in the human territory. Jiang Xi knew that although he was known as a genius of the new era, he was still lacking compared to the peerless geniuses of his generation. That was because the time he had been cultivating was too short. For example, of the 104th Heavenly Layer Dao integration disciples of the Purple Heaven sect, there were 99 others besides him. Many of the top 99 cultivators had cultivated for close to 10,000 years, which was the limit of their accumulation. The top 10 had the strength of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, and the person at the very front even had the strength of a 9th Tribulation Transcender with his Dao integration cultivation. Always pursue the strongest and always think that you are not the strongest. This was Jiang Xi's belief. Therefore, he had to continue to work hard and become the strongest in the same realm. The 3 peak races had their own military camps in the Tonggu continent, which were guarded by true monarchs. It could be said that these camps were the safest places in the Tonggu continent. Some Tribulation Transcender powerhouses who needed to rest would choose to rest in the military camps. It was the 11th year since Jiang Xi entered the Tonggu continent. In a heavily guarded mountain range in the Tonggu continent, this was the frontline military camp of the Ghost Race camp in the 9th battlefield. At this time in the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away, a top-grade immortal boat shuttled out of the source space. Near the Tonggu continent, because there were too many war wreckage, flying boats could not accelerate to the speed of light. In the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away, there were many acceleration zones, which had enough space to accelerate to the speed of light and travel through the source space. However, very few powerhouses of the various races chose to do so, because everyone had come to the Outerium battlefield to fight and kill each other. If they were to travel back and forth in the source space, it would be boring. If they could not even touch each other, how could they talk about fighting? Therefore, the powerhouses of the various races basically use flying boats to travel at sublight speed and hunt in the Tonggu continent. For those who wanted to rush back to the military camp to rest, they would choose to travel through the source space. After this top-grade immortal boat approached the camp of the Ghost Race camp, a ghost guard came to receive it. These days, those who dared to use a top-grade immortal boat to travel in the Tonggu continent were existences that could not be provoked. First, it was expensive, even more expensive than a top-grade immortal artifact. Among Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, there were not many who could afford to use a top-grade immortal boat, even if the 3 peak races added together. Second, they were strong because a top-grade immortal boat was a big target. Without enough strength, they would not dare to be so ostentatious. After the top-grade immortal boat landed in the military camp, a silver figure walked out of it. This figure had silver skin, golden hair and pupils, and emitted ghostly energy. Although it was still gloomy, it gave off a sacred feeling. Such an appearance and aura made the surrounding ghost soldiers feel a sense of awe from the depths of their souls. This was because this was a member of the Golden Yaksha clan, an existence nobler than the Silver Yaksha clan. Greetings, Lord Golden Yaksha. The surrounding ghost soldiers' eyes were full of reverence as they knelt down one after another. This Golden Yaksha expressionlessly put away the top-grade immortal boat, and then walked straight into the depths of the military camp. In the depths of the military camp, there were magnificent palaces. When he walked into one of the palaces, an 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race who was not a Golden Yaksha clan walked out. He looked similar to a human, but his body was suffused with blue ghostly flames. The 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race said in surprise, what a rare guest. Gu Jiong, you actually came to the military camp? Ordinary ghost soldiers needed to respect the Golden Yaksha clan, but peak tribulation transcender powerhouses like them did not. Greetings, senior brother Shiming. The Golden Yaksha Gu Jiong slightly bowed and said, my top-grade immortal crystals are almost used up, and I don't want to leave the foreign battlefield for the time being, so I came here to exchange for some. Hearing the mention of top-grade immortal crystals, Shiming's eyelids twitched, but he still smiled and said, I have some relationship with the manager here. How much do you want? I can give you a discount. No need to trouble you, senior brother. It's just 100 top-grade immortal crystals. It doesn't matter if you want a discount or not. Gu Jiong smiled, but his smile was somewhat distant. Shiming helplessly shook his head. Then you can go in. Gu Jiong did not say anything else and walked straight into the main hall. Shiming looked at his back, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his blue ghostly flames. What the hell? You just relied on reincarnating in the Great Bone Sea and found a good father. The ghost race had a strict hierarchy. They were divided into imperial bloodlines, royal bloodlines, peak bloodlines, and ordinary bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the more it would increase one's strength. At the same time, it would be easier to cultivate to a higher realm. Unhappy? Jealous? What's the use of that? What can a bunch of guys who can't see the situation clearly know? I was originally my father's child countless epochs ago. With his help, I reincarnated countless times before finally reincarnating into the Great Bone Sea. Thinking of this, his golden pupils burst out with golden light, full of ambition. In this life, I must cultivate to become a true monarch and touch the boundary of a Tao monarch. Experience in battle. With the top-grade immortal crystals, I can use the netherworld ghost prison that my father gave me again. Now, I can start hunting those foreign tribulation transcenders. It's best if they're from the human race. Gu Jiong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The speed of the top-grade immortal boat could reach up to 300 times the speed of light. Next, after Gu Jiong shuttled through the source space for a day, he arrived at a location 3,000 light-years away from the ghost race camp. He drove the top-grade immortal boat and flew in the sky above the Tonggu continent at sublight speed, looking for suitable targets. With my father's help, the strength of my spiritual sense has already broken through the limit of the tribulation transcender realm, and the range of my spiritual sense has reached 100 million kilometers. In the Tonggu continent, few can escape my detection. Gu Jiong was very confident. In just an hour, his eyes were full of doubts. Human. Tao integration stage? A mere Tao integration stage human dares to travel alone in the Tonggu continent? Oh, his spiritual sense is actually comparable to a 9th tribulation transcender. Gu Jiong relied on his spiritual sense, which had surpassed the limit of the tribulation transcender realm, to detect a tyrannical spiritual sense covering the space with a radius of 10 million kilometers. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even when he was at the Tao integration stage, the strength of his spiritual sense was not so abnormal. Fortunately, my spiritual sense has already broken through the limit of the tribulation transcender realm. Otherwise, he would have discovered me just now. It seems that this person must be one of the top 10 peerless geniuses of the human race. Gu Zhong's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a mission information that was circulated in the Ghost Race camp more than 400 years ago. A human Dao integration stage expert called the Undying Taoist, and his real identity was suspected to be the human race's genius Zhang Xi. Yes. He killed the strongest sixth tribulation transcender on Surging Waves Island, so there was no challenge for him there. That's why he came to the Tonggu continent. I didn't expect to meet him this time. Haha, I Gu Zhong am indeed the chosen one. In the Ghost Race camp, the reward for killing the Undying Taoist was equivalent to killing a ninth tribulation transcender. Ninth tribulation transcenders were rare. In the entire Tonggu continent, there were only about 1,000 of them. The reward is only secondary. I discovered that if I focused on cultivation on Earth, I could break through the demonic barrier in my heart at any time. The Wine Sword Immortal's words were astonishing. What? Zhang Xi was shocked. He quickly said, then why didn't you break through? The Wine Sword Immortal's gaze became deep. He sighed and said, I was just worried that once I broke through the demonic barrier, the memories of Lianrong in my heart would leave me. Therefore, I wanted Lianrong to accompany me for a bit longer. Zhang Xi fell into silence again. A demonic barrier that trapped the Wine Sword Immortal Master for 50,000 years. It could be seen how deep the relationship between Master and Master's wife was. Since Master has already decided, then I won't persuade you anymore. Zhang Xi squeezed out a smile on his face. Don't worry. After 300 to 400 years I will do it. The Wine Sword Immortal nodded. Zhang Xi still wanted to say something. Suddenly, his expression changed. Master, I have something to do. I will leave first. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xi's transmission phantom suddenly disappeared. The Wine Sword Immortal's expression also changed greatly. He immediately stood up. He who had always been unrestrained, now had a face filled with worry. Zhang Xi had been in the foreign battlefield for 500 years. He had always been in contact with Zhang Xi. During this period of time, he had also left due to an emergency, but there had never been a time like today. He didn't even finish speaking and the transmission was cut off. Disciple, don't let anything happen to you. Sent first, then changed later. Chapter 542. Tonggu Continent. In the depths of a magnificent ancient ruin. Inside the ruin, there were broken walls that were at least 100,000 feet tall. It was unknown how many eras had passed, but it had not been taken away by time. When Zhang Xi first saw the ruins, he was also very surprised. Judging from the architectural style, these ruins were obviously left behind by an ancient and powerful civilization. It was just that he did not know what kind of race lived in the Tonggu continent before it became a battlefield. It was definitely very powerful. Because this place was relatively desolate and hidden, he temporarily concealed himself here and hid himself within a palace deep underground. Suddenly, boom boom boom. A huge beam of immortal power with a diameter of 100 meters descended from the sky. Even if the Tonggu continent was incomparably hard, it was still torn apart at this time. The ancient palace underground was instantly shattered. Wherever the beam of light went, space directly turned into nothingness, forming a vacuum area deep underground. This was an immortal power attack that was close to the level of an 8th tribulation transcender. This attack created a deep abyss with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of 300,000 kilometers. It was not until the immortal power beam tore the surface of the earth that Zhang Xi woke up. Before he could interrupt the transmission, the palace was shattered, and his whole body was hit by the immortal power beam. Mountain Shield. He only had time to use his strongest defensive move. The sword light that was 100,000 feet long was like a mountain and a shield. Crack crack. The sword light that could resist the attack of a 6th tribulation transcender was directly shattered. However, the sword light bought him a very short amount of time. Armor transformation. A black armor with golden patterns appeared on the surface of Zhang Xi's body, including his head, which was completely covered by a helmet. This was the armor formed by the source treasure, the 3rd layered mountain. He had already refined the first layer of the third layered mountain, and could resist the full strength attack of a sixth tribulation transcender at most. However, the power of this immortal power beam was close to the full strength attack of an eighth tribulation transcender. Boom boom boom. The terrifying energy of the immortal power beam surged violently, blasting Jiang Xi even deeper underground in the end. At a depth of 300,000 kilometers underground, the energy of the immortal power beam was exhausted, and Jiang Xi finally stabilized his body. The black armor with golden patterns on his body was not damaged, but some cracks had appeared on his body. This was because the terrifying energy had passed through the black armor and injured his body. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense searched the surrounding tens of millions of kilometers, wanting to find the enemy. Where is the enemy? No suspicious targets have been found within 10 million kilometers. Jiang Xi's expression was extremely solemn. This meant that the other party's spiritual sense was either far stronger than his, or he had a special way of restraining his breath. For the first time, he tasted the pain of having a weaker spiritual sense than the enemy. In the past, he had always relied on the strength of his spirit sense to predict the enemy's movements and crush the outsiders that he had hunted. But this time the situation was reversed. He was the one being crushed and he didn't even know where the enemy was. Woo! All of a sudden, a chilly wind howled between heaven and earth, and day turned into night. Ancient pagodas covered in pale white flames appeared out of thin air. Each of them was hundreds of meters tall. Nether Ghost Tower? The Ghost Clan's Netherworld Ghost Prison. Jiang Xi instantly recognized the origin of these ancient pagodas. He knew that the mastermind behind this sneak attack was a Ghost Clan expert. Then, almost instantly, 100,000 Nether Ghost Towers appeared in an area of 10 million kilometers with him as the center. 100,000. And all of them are low-grade immortal weapons. Who is it? Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. Fuck. Compared to this unknown Ghost Clan enemy, he was not even on the same level. The normal price of a low-grade immortal weapon was 100,000 points, and there were a total of 100,000 low-grade immortal weapon Nether Ghost Towers, which was equivalent to 10 billion points. This ghost race powerhouse was truly inhumane and extravagant. Run. Jiang Xi did not have any plans to stay and fight. If he did not count the Heavenly Tower and the Triple Mountain, the other party's wealth would completely crush him, and wealth was resources and strength. At this time 10 million kilometers away, a supreme-grade ferry boat was hovering in the air. Inside the ferry boat, TSK, looks like he really has treasures on him. A supreme-grade immortal weapon, long sword and armor. Gu Jiong used his spiritual sense to monitor everything with interest. His spiritual sense was stronger than Jiang Xi's. Unless he appeared in Jiang Xi's field of vision, he would not be discovered by Jiang Xi. However, once you enter my Nether Ghost Prison, do you think you can escape? Netherworld Ghost Generals, come out! With a move of his spiritual sense, the 100,000 Nether Ghost Towers condensed into balls of pale white flames. Then the flames flickered, and within the eerie ghostly energy of the Netherworld Ghost Prison, groups of 10 suddenly fused together, transforming into 10,000 giant spirits of the Ghost Clan. Netherworld Ghost Generals. Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated. When he saw the ghostly flames fusing together, he knew that the situation was bad. But he did not expect that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Each of the giant spirits of the Ghost Clan was 1,000 feet tall, and they held terrifying soul-reaping tridents in their hands. These are the Netherworld Ghost Generals of the Ghost Clan. Jiang Xi felt bitter. Before coming to the foreign battlefield, he had collected detailed information about the Ghost Clan, and he knew some of the powerful methods of the Ghost Clan. The Netherworld Ghost Prison was one of them. The Netherworld Ghost Generals formed through the Netherworld Ghost Prison were a type of energy, and they were not intelligent life forms. They sounded easy to deal with, but there were 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals in front of him, and all of them were Fifth Tribulation Transcenders. Since they were energy bodies, it meant that they could be reborn after being killed. Roar! The 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals roared at the same time, and their soul-reaping tridents condensed into terrifying beams of immortal energy. Whoosh! 10,000 beams of light at the Fifth Tribulation Transcender level, converged into a 100-meter-long beam of light, which shattered space and attacked Jiang Xi. It was another immortal energy attack close to the 8th Tribulation Transcender level. Gale. In almost an instant, Jiang Xi used his fastest technique, the Gale Sword. His body merged with the sword, and his speed was close to the speed of light. Then, with extreme agility, he dodged the terrifying light beam attack. However, the other party did not stay idle. The 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals roared and condensed their soul-reaping tridents to attack again. Moreover, because the distance was closer this time, Jiang Xi had less space to dodge. Jiang Xi cursed, "Are you done yet?" Boom! He was once again hit by the immortal energy beam that was close to the 8th Tribulation Transcender level. The golden patterned black armor formed by the triple-layer mountain blocked most of the attack for him. However, the remaining energy attack was enough to cause damage to his body, and more cracks appeared on his body. If this continued, he would die here sooner or later. 10 million kilometers away, Gu Jiong was somewhat surprised. It seems that his body is quite strong. He can still hold on after taking 2 attacks from the Netherworld Ghost Generals? Haha, the more talented he is, the better. This way, I can obtain more military merits after killing him. Gu Jiong was very excited. Such a genius is qualified to experience the second stage of the Netherworld Ghost Prison. I'll let you die with dignity. In the Netherworld Ghost Prison, Jiang Xi was very angry. He finally understood why those foreign races he had hunted in the past were so angry, unwilling, and desperate before their deaths. That was because he couldn't display any of his abilities when he was being crushed. I'm restricted everywhere. It was very difficult for him to get close to the 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals. Before he could fly 100,000 kilometers, he was sent flying by the immortal energy beam. Since he could not get close, all his attacking methods, be it the 6 styles of the universe of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra or the 7 swords of the Cloud Bookcase, were useless. At this time, the situation in the Netherworld Ghost Prison changed again. Not good. Jiang Xi's expression changed. The 10,005th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals suddenly dissipated, turning back into ghost flames and eerie ghost chi. This was not a good sign. It meant that the other party had changed their moves and would only become stronger. Of course, it was impossible for them to become weaker just as expected. The ghostly flames and ghostly chi changed and merged again. The 1,000 Netherworld Ghost Generals appeared again, and their height increased to 10,000 feet. This time, the aura they emitted was that of a 6th Tribulation Transcender. The Netherworld Ghost Generals roared and took out their soul-reaping tridents again, condensing pillars of immortal energy. This was an unreasonably strong suppression. Moreover, the energy of these pillars of immortal energy was provided by top-grade immortal crystals. It was very pure, so it was even more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. This attack had reached the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. Wherever it passed, a wide space turbulence was formed, and a terrifying aura covered a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. I can't block it. This was the result that Jiang Xi's intuition told him. Although he barely had the strength of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, it did not mean that his body's defense was at the same level. If he continued to resist, he would die. I can only give it a try. At present, he only had 2 trump cards that could help him get out of this predicament. One was the great teleportation talisman that Senior Brother Emperor had given him. The other was the sealing ability of the triple-layered mountain. The Great Teleportation Talisman could allow one to teleport 100 million light-years away, but it could only be used 10 times. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, Jiang Xi was not willing to waste it. Now the only thing left was the triple-layered mountain. The 2 main functions of the triple-layered mountain were sealing and transforming into armor. After refining the first layer, the armor it transformed into could resist the attack of a 6th Tribulation Transcender. As for the sealing ability, it could seal the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers. However, it was worth noting that the sealing ability was not invincible. As long as one was strong enough, they could directly break it. For example, a full-strength attack of a 6th Tribulation Transcender could break the sealing ability of the triple-layered mountain. Therefore, Jiang Xi had not used it yet. The other party had only used the Netherworld Ghost Prison, and his strength had already reached the level of an 8th tribulation transcender. If he had used the sealing ability of the triple-layered mountain from the start, the other party would have been prepared and would have used a stronger attack. At that time, he could only reluctantly use the Great Teleportation Talisman. 1 million kilometers. I can only use the sealing ability when I'm 1 million kilometers away from one of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Otherwise, I won't have the chance. Jiang Xi used the Sword of Wind and changed his position in the gloomy Netherworld Ghost Prison, continuously dodging the combined attacks of the Netherworld Ghost Generals. Then, he consciously approached the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Boom! An 8th Tribulation Transcender level beam of immortal energy hit Jiang Xi once again. His body flew out uncontrollably, and more cracks appeared on his body. His aura became more and more unstable. Whoosh! In just an instant he was able to stabilize his body. At this time he finally got close to one of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. He was more than 2 million kilometers away. Good chance. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Seal. The origin treasure, the Triple Mountain, immediately radiated with a profound energy pulse. Within a radius of 1 million kilometers, whether it was the spatial energy, the gloomy Netherworld Ghost Chi, or the immortal energy beam, everything instantly froze. Only Jiang Xi could move. 10 million kilometers away, inside the top-grade immortal boat, the originally calm Gu Zhong's expression suddenly changed. This is spatial seal. Only a ghost king that cultivates the Tao of space can use this ability. No, it's the golden patterned black armor he's wearing. Gu Zhong instantly reacted. A ghost king was equivalent to a true monarch of the human race. The human in front of him was clearly not a Tao immortal true monarch. In that case, that golden patterned black armor is not only a top-grade immortal treasure, but also an origin treasure? An ordinary tribulation transcender might not know about the existence of origin treasures. However, his father was a ghost king of the Golden Yuxia clan, a 5th revolution Tao immortal, and he had an origin treasure. He had seen an origin treasure before, and naturally knew how powerful it was. Origin treasure. Gu Zhong's golden pupils emitted a blazing golden light. His heart was moved. Although he was rich, the value of his entire wealth was not as high as an origin treasure. This time I've really struck gold. I, Gu Zhong, am indeed the son of destiny. Gu Zhong was extremely excited, and he could no longer remain calm. In that case, I'll directly use the 3rd stage of the Netherworld Ghost Prison to kill him. The Netherworld Ghost Prison was formed by 100,000 low-grade Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. In the first stage, 10,000 5th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals could be created. In the second stage, 1,000 6th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals could be created. In the third stage, 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals could be created. The stronger the Netherworld Ghost Generals, the more immortal energy would be consumed. 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals would consume a total of 10 Supreme-grade Immortal Crystals. A puny human Tao integration stage expert can only use an origin treasure to seal space within a range of 1 million kilometers. He won't be able to block the combined attacks of the Netherworld Ghost Generals. Therefore die. Gu Zhong sneered. With a thought, the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas within a range of 10 million kilometers changed once again. The 1006th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals dissipated and started to transform. But at this moment, not good. Gu Zhong's expression changed. He discovered that the human Tao integration stage expert was continuously using spatial seals to close in on one of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Inside the Netherworld Ghost Prison. Boom! In just 0.01 seconds, the 8th Tribulation Transcender level Immortal Energy Beam broke through the spatial seal. The Immortal Energy Beam streaked across a distance of nearly 200,000 kilometers and was about to hit Jiang Xi. Whoosh, however, this extremely short period of time gave Jiang Xi the opportunity to use the Sword of Wind. He merged his body with the sword, and his figure flashed, crossing more than 200,000 kilometers. At the same time, Jiang Xi roared in his heart. Seal! Buzz space froze for another 0.01 seconds, and the immortal energy beam that was about to hit him stopped in place. 1 second later, Jiang Xi crossed another distance of more than 200,000 kilometers. He continuously used spatial seals to close in on one of the Netherworld Ghost pagodas. Although the spatial seals could only seal for 0.01 seconds each time, they would be broken by the combined attacks of the Netherworld Ghost generals. However, this 0.01 seconds was enough for him to use the Sword of Wind once and cross more than 200,000 kilometers. At most, he would need 5 seconds to cross a distance of 1.2 million kilometers. Now only 2 seconds had passed. But right at this time, the Netherworld Ghost Prison, which covered a range of 10 million kilometers, underwent a great change. Dense and gloomy ghost chi violently surged, and the 1006th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals suddenly dissipated. Then they transformed once again, and 100,000 feet tall Netherworld Ghost Generals appeared. Moreover, all of them were 7th Tribulation Transcenders. Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. They were really rich. He knew that transforming 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals would cost him 10 top-grade immortal crystals. In the human race, one top-grade immortal crystal was worth 100 million points. 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals were worth 1 billion points. As a genius of the current era of the human race and the disciple of Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments, Jiang Xi only had 5 billion points on him. Moreover, these 5 billion points were obtained after he signed a contract with the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance after the Great Change on Earth. But now, this unknown expert of the ghost race had used up 1 billion points in a single attack. In other words, this was simply burning money. The opposite party wanted to use money to kill him. Boom! The 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals launched a combined attack. A light beam with a diameter of 10,000 meters shattered the starry sky and whistled through the air. Its power was close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Seal! Jiang Xi used spatial seals once again and crossed more than 200,000 kilometers. No matter what, he had to escape from this Netherworld Ghost prison. Boom, boom, boom. In the next 3 seconds, Jiang Xi increased his speed to the limit. The frequency of spatial seals was also increased to the limit. Even so, he was still hit by 2 light beams with power close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. His body, which was close to a low-grade immortal treasure, was already on the verge of collapse. It was like glass on the verge of shattering, covered with fine cracks. Fortunately, he was finally close to the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. His spiritual sense could clearly sense that the space around the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda was surrounded by the power of a strange formation. It was this strange formation that had connected the 100,000 low-grade immortal treasure Netherworld Ghost Pagodas together, forming this Netherworld Ghost Prison. Break! Jiang Xi slashed out, and the supreme-grade immortal treasure Scarlet Heaven Sword fell in the space next to the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. Buzz! The strange power of the formation was directly broken. Then a chain reaction was set off. The remaining 9,999 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas within a radius of 1 million kilometers all stopped working at this moment. The violently churning ghostly chi returned to nothingness. At the same time, 10 of the 107th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals disappeared. Collect! Jiang Xi moved his spiritual sense and stored the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda in front of him into his storage magical treasure. Damn it! Gu Jiong finally understood why this human Tao integration stage cultivator kept using spatial shackles. This human was looking for an opportunity to break the Netherworld Ghost prison. How can I let you do as you wish? Gu Jiong snorted coldly. Then, he controlled the remaining 97th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals and surrounded Jiang Xi. At the same time, they used their immortal power to attack together and force Jiang Xi's location. However, the current situation was different. After Jiang Xi broke through the Netherworld Ghost Prison, he had more space to move around. Moreover, with the loss of 10 7th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals, the power of their combined attacks was greatly reduced. The restrictions on him were also greatly reduced, and he could use his speed and movement techniques to his heart's content. Then Jiang Xi used the spatial shackles and the speed brought by the Gale Sword to quickly collect the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas that had stopped working. Haha. Collect, collect, collect. Jiang Xi took the initiative to become passive, and the coordination between the spatial shackles and the Gale Sword became more and more smooth. A low-grade immortal artifact Netherworld Ghost Pagoda is worth at least 100,000 points, and 10,000 of them are worth 1 billion points. This was only his lowest estimate, and the value was likely to be even higher. After all, the Netherworld Ghost Prison was an extremely powerful formation-type magical treasure of the ghost race. Ah! I'm so angry. Gu Jiong was furious, but he could only watch anxiously. 100,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas formed the Netherworld Ghost Prison. If the number of Netherworld Ghost Pagodas decreased by 10%, the power of the Netherworld Ghost Prison would also decrease. Moreover, it was not as simple as 10%. The original third stage of the combined attacks had power close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Now, it was only at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. It was equivalent to 3 stages and 1 stage was missing. In addition, refining the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas was extremely difficult because there were too few materials. Now that he was outside the battlefield, he would have to pay a huge price to make up for the 10% of Netherworld Ghost Pagodas that he had lost. However, knowing that the other party had an origin treasure and could use spatial imprisonment, he did not dare to fight personally. A short period of spatial imprisonment was enough for this human Dao integration stage expert to kill him. Gu Jiong had already seen the offensive power of this human Dao integration stage expert, and it was barely at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. Moreover, after this human Dao integration stage expert lost the restriction, his movement technique became extremely nimble. As a result, those tall Netherworld ghost generals became slightly clumsy. "Human, stop right there!" Gu Jiong roared, and his voice was transmitted 10 million kilometers away through his spiritual sense. Jiang Xi, who was frantically collecting Netherworld Ghost Pagodas, was clearly stunned. Then Jiang Xi sneered, and his figure flashed, collecting another Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. "Stop right there! Stop right there!" Gu Jiong roared furiously. Jiang Xi was unmoved, and he used his fastest speed to collect the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas that had lost their effectiveness at this point. There were already more than 8,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas in his storage magical treasure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The remaining 97th Tribulation Transcender Netherworld Ghost Generals finally arrived at a place less than 5,000 kilometers away from Jiang Xi, and they surrounded Jiang Xi. "The power of your joint attack has been greatly reduced, and you can no longer trap me." Jiang Xi smiled. He used spatial imprisonment and instantly flashed out of the encirclement, continuing to collect the nearby Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. "I indeed can't trap you," Gu Jiong said through his spiritual sense again. Then, he said in a low voice, "However, human, you have no use for the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. How about we make a deal?" "Oh." Jiang Xi collected another Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. "As long as you return the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas to me, I can give you treasures worth 1 billion ghost crystals. Ghost crystals are equivalent to 1 billion points for the human race." Gu Jiong said. "The value of 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas is more than 1 billion points." Jiang Xi shook his head lightly. He was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the value of the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas was higher than he had imagined. "It's indeed more than 1 billion points, but that's for me. You can't use the Netherworld Ghost Prison without the innate ghost chi of the ghost race. Even if you can obtain ghost chi, these 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas won't be able to form the Netherworld Ghost Prison, and their value will be greatly reduced. Even if you sell them in the human camp, you won't be able to sell them for 1 billion points." Gu Jiong continued with his spiritual sense. "Are you stupid or am I stupid?" Jiang Xi sneered. "Then how many points do you want?" Gu Jiong quickly asked. "I won't sell any. There are so many experts in the human race, and there are bound to be some who are interested in the Netherworld Ghost Prison. So goodbye." Jiang Xi collected the last 3 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas and used spatial imprisonment again. Then, taking advantage of the time when the Netherworld Ghost Generals were frozen, he took out the Supreme Grade Spirit Boat, turned into a streak of light, and flew away. Chapter 543. Millions of kilometers high in the sky above Tonggu continent, Jiang Xi controlled the top-grade spirit boat and shuttled back and forth at nearly the speed of light. What a pity! The other 90,000 Netherworld ghost pagodas are scattered in 9 different directions, each of which is tens of millions of kilometers away from me. At such a distance, the ghost powerhouse hiding behind me would have enough time to take back the remaining Netherworld ghost pagodas. After all, the spatial seal can only cover a radius of 1 million kilometers. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Xi didn't continue to tangle with the ghost powerhouse. The remaining 90,000 Netherworld ghost pagodas were very tempting. However, the other party wasn't a fool. After losing 10,000 Netherworld ghost pagodas, they wouldn't allow him to destroy the remaining 90,000. Another reason was that Jiang Xi was afraid of the ghost powerhouse hiding behind him, even if the other party didn't show up. In terms of spiritual sense strength alone, the other party was far superior to him. Who knew if they had other methods? It would be bad if they had a big killing move. He knew when to stop. Obtaining 10,000 Nether ghost pagodas was already a huge profit. According to the words of that ghost powerhouse, the value of these 10,000 Netherworld ghost pagodas should be far more than 1 billion points. Such an opportunity is really hard to come by a second time. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion. Even if he had another chance, he was willing to take the risk. If not for the spatial seal of the triple-layered mountain, he would have died in the Netherworld ghost prison. In other words, he had exchanged his life for this opportunity. Jiang Xi thought about the battle just now while controlling the flying boat. Fortunately, I hid the spatial seal until the end. If I had exposed it from the start, that ghost powerhouse might have directly used the 3rd stage of the Netherworld ghost prison. At that time, even the spatial seal wouldn't have been able to save me. The 1st stage of the triple-layered mountain could temporarily seal a 6th tribulation transcender for 0.01 seconds. The 3rd stage ghost generals were all at the 7th tribulation transcender realm, and it would be pretty good if they could seal a 6th tribulation transcender for 0.001 seconds. They wouldn't even be able to seal a 6th tribulation transcender for 0.001 seconds. In such a short time, it was very difficult for him to use any effective defensive methods, let alone break through the formation of the Netherworld ghost pagodas. Moreover, the combined attack of the Netherworld ghost generals at the 7th tribulation transcender realm was close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. If he had faced an attack of this level right from the start, the possibility of him being able to block it would have been very, very small. But then again, it's mainly because I didn't unleash the full power of the triple mountain. Now that I've only refined the 1st layer, whether it's the spatial shackles or the defense of the armor, they can't keep up with my current strength. I have to think of a way to quickly refine the 2nd layer of the triple mountain. Riverward found a problem that he currently had. The 2nd layer of the triple mountain could confine the space within a radius of 10 million kilometers. After transforming into armor, the strongest attack it could unleash would be weaker than the full strength attack of a 9th tribulation transcender. If he had already refined the 2nd level, then this time he wouldn't have to be afraid of the ghost hell and could have easily left. However, refining an origin energy treasure was not that simple. For example, when he was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world, it had taken him 200 years to refine the 1st layer of the triple mountain. The effects of cultivation in the ancient Tao origin world were 100 times greater than in the origin universe. The 2nd layer of the triple mountain was even more powerful, so naturally it was more difficult to refine. If he wanted to refine the 2nd layer in the origin universe, it would not be as simple as a few hundred years. It would take him thousands of years. After all, this was an origin energy treasure that even perfected lords would find difficult to obtain. Also, the strength of my spiritual sense is at a disadvantage. Jiang Xi thought of the 2nd problem. This problem was not easy to solve. The peacock visualization method and the secret Tao pattern technique that he cultivated were both at a bottleneck. In the Tao integration stage, if he wanted to break through the limits of his spiritual sense, he would have to improve his mental state or comprehend the heavenly Tao. It was simply impossible before he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal. This is so frustrating. From the beginning to the end, I only heard the other party's voice. I didn't even see a shadow. Jiang Xi felt very helpless, although he had obtained 10,000 ghost hell pagodas and caused the other party to suffer a loss. Jiang Xi still felt very frustrated. However, Jiangxi still felt aggrieved. This was the first time he had been so passive. He suffered a loss, so I'm sure he's not willing to accept it. I wonder if he followed us? Riverward frowned again. His spiritual sense was not as strong as the other parties, so he could not detect the other party's spiritual sense and traces. The possibility of him following me is very high. Jiangxi's intuition told him that the danger was not completely over. What should I do? Jiangxi frowned and pondered. Although he was anxious, he still maintained his calm. I can't let him follow me like this. Judging from his actions, he's obviously from the ghost race with a powerful background. He might even know a ninth tribulation transcender from the ghost race. If he asks a ninth tribulation transcender from the ghost race to block me somewhere ahead, then I'm done for. In the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tonggu continent, one could travel through the origin space. If the other party called for reinforcements, they could definitely travel through the origin space and set up an encirclement in front of him to block his path. I have a high-grade immortal boat that can travel at 100 times the speed of light in the origin space. However, if the other party has a top-grade immortal boat, he can easily catch up to me in the origin space. I'm walking right into a trap. There's no other way. I can only ask for reinforcements. Jiangxi pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. The situation was indeed as Jiangxi thought. At this time 20 million kilometers behind him, a top-grade immortal boat was following him at nearly the speed of light. Inside the immortal boat, Gu Jiong's face was full of gloominess. His spiritual sense could clearly see Jiangxi's every move. With 10,000 fewer Netherworld Ghost Pagodas, the power of the Netherworld Ghost Prison has decreased by 1 stage. This is equivalent to losing one of my trump cards. Gu Jiong's heart was full of hatred. His cultivation was only at the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. By relying on the Netherworld Ghost Prison, he barely had the battle prowess of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Now that the Netherworld Ghost Prison's power had greatly decreased, his strength had also decreased accordingly. The most important thing is still that golden patterned black armor. An origin treasure is incomparably precious. Since I've encountered it, I can't let it slip away from my eyes. Human, do you think you can leave so easily? Dream on. Gu Jiong's eyes flashed. Immediately after, he flipped his hand and took out a very high-grade secret transmission array. The primitive secret transmission array could only transmit messages within a radius of 10 billion light-years. But the one he was using could cover a radius of 10 billion light-years. In other words, the entire Tonggu continent was within the range of this secret transmission array. Gu Jiong sent 2 messages through the secret transmission array. In just a moment, a transmission phantom condensed. It was a tall figure covered in rotten flesh. His eyes were red, and his face was covered in blood-red lines. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Even through the transmission phantom, this tall figure covered in rotten flesh exuded a heart-palpitating aura. This was a powerful ghoul. Although ghouls only had a top-grade bloodline among the ghost race, with their special abilities, they also occupied a very important position among the ghost race. They were second only to the Imperial Golden Yakshas and the Royal Silver Yakshas. Greetings, Lord DMO. Gu Jiong bowed respectfully. Gu Jiong? How come you have the time to contact me? Ghoul Demo's attitude was very friendly. Although he was a 9th Tribulation Transcender, he was one of the top powerhouses in the ghost race camp in the 9th battlefield. But in front of Gu Jiong, he could not put on airs. Because Gu Jiong's father was in existence second only to a Dao Lord in the ghost race, he still had to give him face. You should know that I'm currently cultivating in the abyss of the ancient god, and I can't be distracted for too long. Otherwise, I'll encounter danger if I'm not careful. If you have something to say it as soon as possible, DMO said softly. Yes, Gu Jiong hurriedly said, I want to ask Lord DMO to help me hunt down a human Dao integration stage. He quickly recounted the battle that had just taken place. The reward for killing this human Dao integration stage expert is very high. I can give the reward to Lord DMO. As long as you give me the spoils of war, it'll be fine. As for the 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas, I must take them back. Gu Jiong did not reveal anything about the origin treasure. He would not give up such a great opportunity. Generally, only true monarchs and Dao lords were qualified to know about the existence of origin treasures. He expected DMO to not know about it. Spatial shackles? Sure enough, DMO frowned after listening to his explanation. Although it can only shackles 1,000,000 kilometers, only Lord Ghost Kings who cultivate spatial Dao have the ability to use such a technique. He's a human Dao integration stage expert, but he can use it? How rare. DMO was very puzzled and surprised. Gu Jiong secretly sighed in relief. He could confirm that DMO really did not know about the origin treasure. Then, he nodded and said, therefore, this human Dao integration stage expert is very likely the human race's prodigy Zhang Xi. This kind of prodigy is very talented in Dao, and it's not impossible for him to have the ability to use spatial shackles in advance. If he could make Gu Jiong suffer, he was definitely not simple. Even if he couldn't compare to a 9th tribulation transcender, he definitely had the strength of an 8th tribulation transcender. Then it's settled. You guys use the source space to rush in front of that human Dao integration expert. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he can't escape. Gu Jiong's golden eyes were filled with excitement. After 3.5 days, he would be able to get back the 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas and the most important source treasure. Next, the 3 ghost race experts didn't end the transmission. Instead, they kept it so that they could know everyone's location at any time. One day later, they were chatting about something with smiles on their faces. DMO, after this hunt is over, I'll also go to the ancient god's abyss. Let's go together at that time, Shu Lian said with a smile. No problem. DMO nodded. Dangers were also divided into different levels. If the Tong Ancient Continent was the most dangerous place in the 9th battlefield, then the Ancient God's Abyss was the forbidden area of the Tong Ancient Continent. Many experts above the 7th Tribulation Transcender level were gathered in that area. Those below the 7th Tribulation Transcender level could only be considered weak there. She was just a beautiful Rakshasa woman and a ghoul covered in rotten flesh. The scene of them exploring the Ancient God's Abyss together was very strange. This made Gu Jiong a little unhappy. After all, Shu Lian was the object of his affection. However, he still had a smile on his face and was about to say something. Suddenly, his smile froze, and his face became extremely ugly. What's wrong? DMO and Shu Lian noticed Gu Jiong's abnormality and stopped talking. Gu Jiong's eyes were full of anger. He took a deep breath and said, I'm afraid this hunt will end early. End early? What's going on? DMO and Shu Lian were stunned for a moment, and there was some anger on their faces. For this hunt, they had left their respective places of cultivation. It was equivalent to giving up a lot of things. Only 1 day had passed, and they said it would end early? Was he toying with them? The two of you, I didn't want to do this. Gu Jiong's face was gloomy. Then he clenched his teeth and said, my spiritual sense just found out. A human 9th tribulation transcender powerhouse appeared in front of him, and he used a supreme-grade immortal boat to take away that human Dao integration cultivator. I don't dare to follow them, so I can't detect them with my spiritual sense. Dimo and Shu Lian looked at each other. While they were unhappy, they also felt a little helpless. A human 9th tribulation transcender and a top-grade immortal boat. Even if they followed the original plan and went hunting, the success rate would be very, very low. Moreover, all of them were on a supreme-grade immortal boat, so they wouldn't be able to catch up even if they wanted to. Gu Jiong could see that these 2 9th tribulation transcenders were somewhat unhappy. He quickly said, however, the 2 of you can rest assured that I will definitely not let that human Dao integration stage expert off. I'll issue a bounty mission in the Ghost Tribe camp, and mobilize all of the powerful beings in the Ghost Tribe camp to find the location of that Dao integration stage human. Once I find something, I'll inform you and we'll go hunting again. That works too. Let's keep in touch. Dimo and Shu Lian ended the transmission, and the transmission phantom disappeared. They were really unhappy. Since they didn't take action, they naturally couldn't get the 5 billion ghost crystals promised by Gu Jiong. Moreover, Gu Jiong's background was too big, so they couldn't get angry at him. Therefore, they could only hold it in. They were very unhappy and uncomfortable. Now, only Gu Jiong was left in the supreme-grade immortal boat. This made him even more unhappy. Hateful. Hateful human. Gu Jiong angrily roared. Since his successful reincarnation until now, he had never suffered such a big loss in the more than 30,000 years he had lived. And this time not only did he suffer a loss, but he also had to helplessly watch an origin treasure slip away in front of his eyes. His heart ached. It's not time to give up yet. As long as you're still in the Tonggu continent, I still have a chance. The powerhouses of the Ghost Tribe camp are all over the Tonggu continent. As long as I issue a bounty mission, they will help me find your traces. Human. You can't escape. A quarter of an hour later, 30 light-years away. In the empty starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tonggu continent, a supreme-grade immortal boat shuttled out of the origin space. Inside the immortal boat, in addition to Jiang Xi, there was also a bald man. Lord Shenmu, thank you very much this time. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Haha, no need to be so polite. It's my honor to be able to help the undying Taoist out of his predicament, Shenmu teased. Jiang Xi smiled gently. After coming to the extraterritorial battlefield, he didn't expect that the name Mountain Sea would not become famous. Instead, his nickname unexpectedly became famous in the extraterritorial battlefield. The camps of the three peak races now knew about the undying Taoist. What's more, I also took your errand fee this time. I hope that we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Shenmu smiled. Well then let's part ways here. Jiang Xi nodded calmly, but his heart was aching. Errand fee. He had let Shenmu take him for a quarter of an hour, crossing a distance of 30 light-years. He had spent 100 million points. However, this money was well spent. He had successfully escaped from danger. After all, if a person died, everything would be gone. After parting with Shenmu, Jiang Xi took out a supreme-grade spirit boat and directly left. The distance of 30 light-years was random, so it was impossible for that ghost race powerhouse to still be following him. The spiritual sense of a tribulation transcender powerhouse could not cover such a long distance. But at this time, Jiang Xi did not feel happy about escaping the pursuit. The experience of the past 10 years, the battle in the Nether Ghost prison just now, and Shenmu's teasing words. It made him realize that the identity of the undying Taoist had indeed brought him a lot of fame. But at the same time it also limited his movements. A lone cultivator at the Tao integration stage is too conspicuous in the Tonggu continent. As long as the higher-ups of the monster race and ghost race are not stupid, they will definitely pay a big price to get rid of me. He came to the extraterritorial battlefield to temper himself, not to die. How to avoid this risk? This was a new problem Jiang Xi encountered. In just a moment Jiang Xi thought of a solution. The aura of an immortal Tao powerhouse, in essence, is a pressure on the spiritual sense. Origin treasures can also emit a similar spiritual sense pressure. I can use the triple layer mountain to disguise myself. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi's mind moved, and the black armor formed by the triple layer mountain began to emit a spiritual sense pressure that kept increasing. In the end, it stopped at the level of a 7th tribulation transcender. Not bad. Coupled with the strength of my spiritual sense, it can perfectly conceal my Tao integration aura. From today onwards, I am a 7th tribulation transcender, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Xi's face revealed a smile. He had finally solved a big problem. Even if he encountered a tribulation transcender powerhouse whose spiritual sense was stronger than his, he did not have to worry about being seen through. This was because the spiritual sense pressure emitted by the origin treasure truly existed. Then he took out his communication bead and contacted his master, Wine Sword Immortal. The attack of the ghost powerhouse just now was too sudden, and his communication with Wine Sword Immortal was also cut off suddenly. Now that the crisis had subsided, he should report that he was safe. Soon the communication was connected, and a wisp of spiritual sense turned into a communication phantom through the communication bead. Earth, in the pavilion at the top of the mountain. It had been 20 minutes since Jiang Xi suddenly cut off contact. Wine Sword Immortal's clone had been frowning, holding the communication bead in his hand. He knew that Jiang Xi had a clone, and even if something happened to his main body he would not really die. However, Wine Sword Immortal was still worried. After all, that was one of Jiang Xi's lives, and most of Jiang Xi's strength was accumulated in his main body. Once his main body was gone, it would be a big blow to Jiang Xi. While he was anxiously waiting, his communication bead suddenly received a message. Phew! Wine Sword Immortal finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his brows relaxed again. Jiang Xi's communication phantom appeared. Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Master." Wine Sword Immortal asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Jiang Xi nodded. A ghost tribulation transcender suddenly attacked. He gave a brief account of what had happened. Netherworld ghost prison? His spiritual sense has surpassed the limits of a tribulation transcender? Wine Sword Immortal was very surprised. Then he smiled and said, "Even in the ghost camp, there aren't many rich tribulation transcender powerhouses like this. I don't know if you are lucky or not to have met one. However, this is also a blessing in disguise. You were actually able to take away 10,000 low-grade immortal treasure Netherworld ghost pagodas. Even at the lowest price of 100,000 points each, it's still worth 1 billion points." Jiang Xi smiled. From this point of view, his luck was pretty good. Jiang Xi said, "Master, speaking of Netherworld ghost pagodas, I wanted to ask you to help me contact some powerhouses of our human race and see if they are interested in them." Wine Sword Immortal smiled and said, "No problem. I'll talk to the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall later. Your 10,000 Netherworld ghost pagodas should be easy to sell." Jiang Xi asked, "Tribulation Transcender Hall?" Wine Sword Immortal explained, "Yes, Tribulation Transcender Hall is one of the 36 halls of the Heavenly Court. In our human camp, only powerhouses of the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm and above are qualified to enter." Jiang Xi nodded gently. He had a brief understanding of the 36 halls of the Heavenly Court. However, he only knew the names of the 36 halls and didn't know the specific information. Apart from the Tribulation Transcender Hall, there were also the True Lord Hall and the Tao Lord Hall that were named after the immortal realm. Maybe he just came to the 9th battlefield. I have to pay attention. He didn't doubt Jiang Xi's identity. He just wanted to remember it, so that he wouldn't offend someone in the future. The palaces in the first military camp were basically for Tribulation Transcender powerhouses to rest. Due to the shortage of resources on the battlefield, the palaces weren't large. Each one occupied an area of more than 100 square kilometers. However, it was enough for temporary rest. After Jiang Xi settled down in Palace 41, he waited for his master Wine Sword Immortal to send him a message. While waiting, he didn't stay idle. "First, I need to understand the market situation." His spiritual sense swept through the communication bead, and a three-dimensional phantom appeared in front of him. Through the Eye of Heaven network, he entered the Purple Heaven Sex Treasure House. Search for the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. Soon the three-dimensional phantom changed, and detailed product information appeared. Netherworld Ghost Pagoda, low-grade immortal treasure, 800,000 points. Part of the Netherworld Ghost Prison. Netherworld Ghost Prison, 70 billion points. Part of the Ghost Race's formation. Made up of 100,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. 800,000 points. Jiang Xi was shocked. No wonder that Ghost Powerhouse had given in and wanted to negotiate with him, willing to spend 1 billion points in exchange for 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Looking at the price given by the Purple Heaven Sex Treasure House, the entire Netherworld Ghost Prison costs 70 billion points. In other words, buying 100,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas at once can save me 10 billion points. Even so, 70 billion points is still a sky-high price. Many poor 9th Tribulation Transcenders didn't have that much wealth. Of course, this was only the price given by the treasure house. If he sold the Netherworld Ghost Pagodas, he definitely wouldn't be able to sell at this price. If the price was the same, others could go to the treasure house to buy them. There was no need to buy them from him. Second-hand goods. I'll be satisfied if I can sell them for half the price. Jiang Xi smiled. The unexpected harvest this time was far beyond his imagination. I wonder if there's anything that can speed up the refinement of the source treasure? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Immediately, he searched the Eye of Heaven network for the keywords source treasure plus speed up the refinement. The results he obtained were very few. In the 3D image, there was only a single piece of information. Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid can speed up the refinement of the source treasure. 1 gram can increase the refinement speed by 100 times, and the effect lasts for 10 years. There was also a description of how to use it. What Jiang Xi didn't know was that if he wasn't the disciple of Tao Monarch 9 Heavens and had extremely high authority in the human race, he wouldn't have been able to find this information. This was because the origin source treasure was classified information among the 3 pinnacle races. Usually, only true monarchs and above had the qualifications to know. 1 gram can increase the refinement speed by 100 times, and the effect lasts for 10 years. This was what Jiang Xi paid the most attention to. He hurriedly entered the Purple Heaven Sex treasure house again and searched for the price of the Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid. Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid, 1 gram 1 billion points. Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. This was daylight robbery. 1 gram was sold for 1 billion points. He looked at his balance 5. For billion points. In other words, with his current wealth he could only buy 5 grams at most. Buy. Jiang Xi clenched his teeth and bought 4 grams. Keeping money was just a string of numbers. Turning it into strength was the best way to do it. At present, if he could refine the second layer of the third layer mountain, his ability to survive in the foreign battlefield would greatly increase. Afterward, he used 1 billion points to buy a top-grade immortal boat. This was because a top-grade immortal boat could also increase his ability to survive. Not long ago, he had spent 100 million points to hire a 9th tribulation transcender in order to escape the pursuit of the ghost race experts. If he had a top-grade immortal boat at that time, he could have used its speed to escape and wouldn't have had to waste money. He placed the order, paid, and filled in the delivery address in one go. Now, he just had to wait for the Purple Heaven sect to send people to deliver the goods to the 9th battlefield. The human camp had a fixed transportation team that delivered resources from the human territory to the various battlefields. Therefore, he could buy things in the foreign battlefield, just that he had to pay a bit more. The foreign battlefield is extremely dangerous. It's normal for the transportation team to take a bit of risk to deliver the goods. Jiang Xi understood this point very well. This time he had spent 4 billion points to pay a delivery fee of 4 million points. Thinking back, when he was cultivating in the Purple Heaven Sect's headquarters, the reward for the most dangerous hell-level mission was only 1 million points. Now he had to pay a delivery fee that far exceeded the reward of that mission. Jiang Xi finally understood why his master, the Liquor Sword Immortal, had encouraged him to rush forward and not care about the competition. When he reached a higher level, he would discover that the things he valued and cared about in the past were actually not that important. Thinking back, those people who had entered the Purple Heaven sect with him, such as Jiwei Muning, Yan Jufeng, and the others, were all geniuses of the same generation. Now, he had already left those people far behind. He could now fight against an 8th tribulation transcender. As for those geniuses, only Jiwei's strength had reached the 1st tribulation transcender realm. This was the difference between choosing to look forward and choosing to accumulate one's foundation step by step. Of course, there was another main reason. He had an experience panel, but others didn't. Therefore, he could choose to keep rushing forward and not waste time accumulating his foundation. After buying things, Jiang Xi relaxed in the barracks. After all, he had spent more than 500 years fighting and killing, and it wasn't good to be tense all the time. In this residential area, there were many other tribulation transcender powerhouses resting here. Soon Jiang Xi became familiar with them with his identity as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. After all, in the human camp, a 7 tribulation sword immortal was considered a high-end fighting force. Even if he didn't take the initiative to make friends with others, there would still be people who wanted to get to know him. In this extremely dangerous Tonggu continent, knowing a strong friend might come in handy one day. The first barracks also had places for leisure and entertainment. Jiang Xi often drank in a tavern. Mountain Sea, what kind of wine is this? It's much better than the wine of Kuma Star. In the tavern, a middle-aged Taoist with a kind face raised his wine glass and said to Jiang Xi. This person was called Su Ji, and he was an 8th tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi made friends with him in the barracks yesterday, and the two chatted quite well. I don't have much of this wine left, so it's better to drink it. Jiang Xi chuckled and shook his head, not revealing any information related to his identity. However, the content of this sentence wasn't made up casually. The wine they were drinking now was the wine he brought with him when he left Earth. There really wasn't much left. That's a pity. Su Ji tasted the wine with an intoxicated expression. Jiang Xi smiled, and didn't make any comments. When it came to drinking, no one could compare to his master, the wine sword immortal. However, your wine is still inferior to the wine brewed by Fairy Ruyun. It's a pity that she fell 30,000 years ago. She was the best winemaker in Tonggu continent. Su Ji suddenly sighed. Fairy Ruyun? Jiang Xi had never heard of this name. A ninth tribulation transcender from the Moon sect. At that time she was a peerless figure in the ninth battlefield. Su Ji's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Ninth tribulation transcender? Jiang Xi was surprised. Such a powerhouse is already at the peak of Tonggu continent. How could she fall? Did her lifespan run out? She only lived for 60,000 years. How could her lifespan run out? She fell in the abyss of the ancient god. Su Ji shook his head and sighed. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. He had wandered the Tonggu continent for so many years, so he had naturally heard of the abyss of the ancient god. It was a forbidden area of Tonggu continent, known as the most dangerous place in the ninth battlefield. Even ninth tribulation transcenders had to be careful there. If they were careless, they might fall into a life and death crisis. Next, Jiang Xi waited for his master, the wine sword immortal, to send him a message while making friends with 7th tribulation transcenders and above in the barracks. 3 days later, the wine sword immortal finally brought him good news. A 9th tribulation transcender of the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall was interested in the Netherworld Ghost Pagoda, and was willing to talk to him. Soon, with the wine sword immortal taking the lead, Jiang Xi and the 9th tribulation transcender met on Earth through a transmission phantom. The wine sword immortal pointed at the white-haired old man and introduced him. Jiang Xi, this is Immortal Elder Tong Tua from the Everlasting Sect. Greetings, Immortal Elder Tong Tu. Jiang Xi respectfully bowed. The Everlasting Sect was one of the 6 sects of the Tao Alliance, and it was also incomparably powerful. Haha, I've long heard of your name as a genius of the human race. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Immortal Elder Tong Tua laughed. Many thanks for the praise, Immortal Elder. Jiang Xi chuckled. The wine sword immortal held his wine gourd and interrupted the two's pleasantries, saying, Let's get straight to the point. 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. Tong Tua, what price are you offering? After not seeing you for 50,000 years, the wine sword immortal is still as straightforward as ever. Tong Tua shook his head with a smile. Then he said to Jiang Xi, Let me ask you something first. How many of your 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda are complete? Jiang Xi only waved his hand, and 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda appeared through illusions. Only 100 or so are slightly damaged. The rest are all complete. Jiang Xi listed out the 100 or so Netherworld Ghost Pagoda. They had been accidentally injured by the pillars of immortal energy during the battle in the Netherworld Ghost Prison. Tong Tua nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, You are Zhongli's disciple, so I won't let you suffer a loss. 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda for 6 billion points. How about it? Jiang Xi remained silent, glancing at the wine sword immortal. 7 billion. The wine sword immortal took a sip of wine. 5 billion. Tong Tuo's expression didn't change. 8 billion. The wine sword immortal put down his wine gourd. Tong Tua stared at the wine sword immortal with wide eyes. Zhongli, you're just trying to kill your friends. You can buy it from our Purple Firmament Sect's treasury for 8 billion. The wine sword immortal laughed. The white-haired immortal Elder Tong Tua was unable to recover from these words for a long time. In the end, the two sides reached a deal for 8 billion. After the deal was completed, Tong Tua directly transferred 8 billion points to Jiang Xi. As for the goods, they would be delivered to Tong Tua by the transport team of the 9th battlefield. Tong Tua wasn't afraid that Jiang Xi would go back on his word. After all, he was a dignified genius of the human race and the direct disciple of Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments. He wouldn't do something so degrading. Not long after, Jiang Xi, who was in the 9th Battlefield's first military camp, saw the so-called transport team. Then, he handed over 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagoda to the other party. Of course, he also had to pay for entrusting the transport team to deliver the goods. This time he had to pay 1 million points and Jiang Xi was the one paying for it. Since he had obtained 6.8 billion points this time, he didn't care about the cost then. He waited for another half a month before he finally saw another transport team. This time they had come to deliver the goods. The things he had bought from the Purple Firmament Sect's treasury had finally arrived. Palace 41 of the 1st Military Camp. The leader of the transport team was a 4 Tribulation Transcender, and he handed over a storage ring with both hands. At the same time, he respectfully bowed to Jiang Xi and said, "Lord Mountain Sea, please check your goods." Jiang Xi took the storage ring and refined it with his spiritual sense. Then, he clearly saw the things inside the storage space. He saw a beautiful flying boat inside. It was a top-grade immortal boat. Then, in the center of the storage space, there were 4 pea-sized drops of multicolored liquid. Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid. Many thanks. Jiang Xi gently smiled after verifying that there was no mistake. It's my honor to be able to serve Lord Mountain Sea. The leader of the transport team immediately smiled. He had been the leader of a transport team for tens of thousands of years, and he had rarely seen such a kind 7 Tribulation Transcender. Moreover, he was a sword immortal. Soon after, Jiang Xi waited for the transport team to leave and impatiently entered the palace's cultivation room. This cultivation room had the effect of isolating spiritual sense. Although it wasn't absolutely safe for him to cultivate here, it was absolutely confidential. With his current strength, he still could not openly display the origin energy treasure. Therefore, he had to ensure that no one would discover it while refining it. In the cultivation room, Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out 4 drops of Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid. The multicolored liquid emitted an intoxicating halo. It can increase the refining speed of the source treasure by 100 times, and the effect lasts for 10 years. I hope that these 4 drops of Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid can help me quickly refine the 2nd layer of the 3rd mountain and the 1st layer of the Heaven Connecting Building. Calculating the time, he had already obtained the Heaven Connecting Building for more than 1,500 years. The Heaven Connecting Building had a total of 99 seals. Refining the 1st layer would allow him to display 1/10,000th of the power of this source treasure. According to Nick Hang, it could easily kill a 9 Tribulation Transcender. Looking at the time needed to refine the 1st layer of the Heaven Connecting Building, Jiang Xi now believed it for more than 1,500 years. Nick Hang had been absorbing the immortal energy of the monster race's Tribulation Transcender corpses to refine the 1st layer of the seal. Although the refinement was about to succeed, the word soon had the same meaning as soon. It would take about 400 to 500 years. Now that he had the Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid, he didn't have to wait that long. Refine. Jiang Xi began to refine the 3rd mountain and Heaven Connecting Building, according to the instructions of the Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 100 years had passed. Above a boundless ocean in the Tonggu continent, a whistling golden sword light, carrying with it a sharp sword intent, cut through the void for tens of thousands of kilometers and directly cut a 7th Tribulation Transcender monster with an immortal body of over 1.5 kilometers. Ah! Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Damned Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. That monster race's 7th Tribulation Transcender was shocked and angry. He frantically fled with the remaining half of his body. However, before he could escape 100,000 kilometers away, a figure with a strong gale of sword light traversed 100,000 kilometers and penetrated his body. His primordial spirit was annihilated, and a huge amount of ownerless immortal energy spread out. With a thought, Jiang Xi's Heaven Connecting Building devoured this immortal energy. Then, he quickly left with the monster race's Tribulation Transcender storage magic treasure. After 100 years, he had already refined the 1st layer of the Heaven Connecting Building's seal. Now he didn't need Nikhang. He could control the heaven-connecting building to devour this immortal energy. This was because if Nikhang took action too much, there was a risk of being discovered. Compared to the artifact spirits of ordinary immortal treasures, the artifact spirits of origin treasures were more like intelligent life forms. There were obvious differences. If he encountered a knowledgeable powerhouse, they would be able to discover this difference at a glance. The value of the heaven-connecting building far exceeded that of the third-layer mountain. Jiang Xi had already been warned by Nikhang that he couldn't expose the existence of the heaven-connecting building before he became a Dao monarch. He kept this in mind, so it was better for Nikhang not to take action after all. Many of his opponents were seventh tribulation transcenders of other races. There might be some knowledgeable powerhouses among them who could recognize Nichang's difference. I've been out for another 10 years. Let's go back and deal with the spoils. Jiang Xi drove the top-grade immortal boat and quickly flew to the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tonggu continent. Then, he entered the source space and headed in the direction of the human race's first military camp. With the help of the heavenly spirit origin liquid, it only took him 30 years to refine the first layer of the heaven-connecting building and the second layer of the third-layer mountain. It could be said that with these two source treasures, there weren't many powerhouses in the alien battlefield that could threaten him. The reason he continued to temper himself in the alien battlefield was to perfect the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's universe scroll. Ever since he discovered the flaw of the 6 styles of the universe, he had been comprehending the mysteries of the fusion of the power of the 5 elements. He wanted to integrate the 5 secret techniques of the 5-element system into the system of the 6 styles of the universe. For this reason, he had also engaged in all kinds of battles in order to gain inspiration from them. It was just that 100 years had passed, but he still hadn't fully comprehended it. However, Jiang Xi's intuition told him that it would be soon. After returning to the first military camp, the captain in charge of receiving him greeted him with a smile. Lord Mountain Sea, you've been out for 10 years this time. It seems that your harvest is not small. It's all right. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. I've left Palace 41 for you. You can go there directly. The captain was very enthusiastic. Many thanks. Jiang Xi smiled. In the past 100 years, he had figured out the various relationships in the first military camp and made friends with many powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. Under normal circumstances, powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm would disdain to communicate with soldiers below the 3rd Tribulation Transcender realm. But Jiang Xi didn't care. He got along well with the soldiers in the military camp. Therefore, every time he returned, everyone was very enthusiastic. If there were any good benefits, they would leave it for him. After Jiang Xi left, a group of Tribulation Transcender realm soldiers discussed through their spiritual sense. At first, I thought that Lord Mountain Sea's temperament was extraordinary. Now it seems that my eyesight was not bad. In just 100 years, he has already made a name for himself in the Tonggu continent. Yes, I heard that 30 years ago, Lord Mountain Sea killed an 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost Camp. A 7th Tribulation Transcender killing an 8th Tribulation Transcender? There aren't many 7th Tribulation Transcenders in our human camp who can do that. The most important thing is that he doesn't put on airs and is willing to deal with immortals below the 3rd Tribulation. It's really admirable. Shanghai, you're back? Shanghai, I heard that you killed another 3 7th Tribulation Transcenders? How ruthless. In the past 300 years, I've only killed 4 7th Tribulation Transcenders from foreign races. He's a sword immortal. You're just an immortal who cultivates in water-type Dao arts. How can you compare to Shanghai? Jiang Xi walked past with a smile on his face. Shanghai, over here. In the distance, his old friend Suji waved at him. Jiang Xi walked over and sat down. Then he smiled and said, Suji, I haven't seen you in 50 years. It seems that your harvest this time wasn't small. Thank you for your kind words. My harvest this time was indeed not small. Suji smiled inexplicably. Oh, Jiang Xi was a little surprised. He had just said it casually. Suji was an 8th tribulation transcender. If he said that his harvest was not small, then it must have been at least 100 million. Let's go to your palace and talk about it in detail later. It's not convenient here, Suji said through his spiritual sense. Jiang Xi was even more surprised. What kind of harvest was it? Even if it was something worth 1 billion points, there was no need to be so careful. Afterward, the two drank while chatting, and they didn't mention anything about their harvest. For people like them, drinking and chatting often took at least a month. But this time only 3 days had passed. The captain of the soldiers in charge of receiving missions in the military camp. The arrival of the captain interrupted their chat. After seeing Jiang Xi, he respectfully bowed. Then, he said with envy in his eyes, Lord Mountain Sea, there is a team of envoys from the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall waiting outside your palace. Envoys from the Tribulation Transcender Hall? Jiang Xi's heart moved. Envoys come in person to invite people to join the Tribulation Transcender Hall. Mountain Sea, you haven't joined the Tribulation Transcender Hall yet? Suji looked very surprised. No. Jiang Xi shook his head. This is a good thing. After joining, there are many benefits. For example, the legendary Ancient Immortal World. Only by joining the Tribulation Transcender Hall can one obtain the qualifications to enter the Ancient Immortal World, Suji said with a smile. Obviously, he was also a member of the Tribulation Transcender Hall. Ancient Immortal World? This was the first time Jiang Xi had heard of this term. Aha, you should quickly go back and see the envoys. After you enter the Tribulation Transcender Hall, you will have the authority to know about the Ancient Immortal World. Suji pretended to be mysterious and laughed. Jiang Xi nodded. Then, he followed the captain of the armored soldiers and returned to his palace number 41. In front of the palace, he saw 3 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses quietly waiting. The one in the lead was a burly man wearing golden armor. The aura he emitted was close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The other 2 were 7th Tribulation Transcenders wearing black armor. Mountain Sea greets the 3 envoys. Jiang Xi walked over. The burly man wearing golden armor smiled and said, Hello Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. We have come to invite you to join the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall. Jiang Xi invited them into the palace and sat down. I still don't know the names of the 3 emissaries? Riverward asked. The burly man wearing golden armor said, My name is Ju Luo. Shifeng. Perba. The other 2 7th Tribulation Transcenders also introduced themselves. The burly man wearing golden armor said, Only powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm can join the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall. The several true monarchs above have decided that you are qualified to become a member of the Tribulation Transcender Hall. I wonder if you are willing to join? Jiang Xi gently nodded and said with a smile, Then I'm definitely willing. There was no reason to refuse. Only those above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm could join. In other words, the high-end Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the human race were all in the Tribulation Transcender Hall. For example, his master Wine Sword Immortal was one of them. Just as Lu's cultivator Suji had said, there were many benefits to joining. In the simplest terms, he could get to know more top Tribulation Transcender powerhouses inside. In the future, if there were any valuable spoils of war that needed to be dealt with, he wouldn't have to trouble Wine Sword Immortal. He could trade with those powerhouses inside. In that case, please accept the mark of the Heavenly Eye. Ju Luo flipped his hand and took out a closed eye. It was the clone of the Heavenly Eye. Then he formed a seal with one hand, and the closed eye opened, shooting out a gray light that shrouded Jiang Xi's body. Jiang Xi didn't resist. He had already experienced this process when he first entered the foreign battlefield and confirmed his status. In the next moment, he discovered that the situation this time was a bit different. A gentle voice echoed in the hall. Human Mountain Sea welcomes you to the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall. The human race stands at the peak of the universe and is surrounded by enemies. We need powerhouses to fight and resist these enemies. I hope you can remember your mission as a powerhouse and fight for the human race. Buzz. The light shot out by the Heavenly Eye condensed into a special symbol in the air and fell on Jiang Xi's shoulder before sinking into it. The mark was successful. At this time Jiang Xi was still immersed in the gentle voice. It should be said that his soul had sunk into it. Fight for the human race. Jiang Xi repeated. Then he suddenly woke up and hurriedly asked, was that the heavenly I talking just now? I'm not sure about that. Zhu Luo shook his head and smiled. Then he said, every powerhouse that joins the Tribulation Transcender Hall will experience this scene, but no one knows who it is. Some people speculate that it might be the artifact spirit of the heavenly eye, or it might be one of the Tao Lords above. Jiang Xi nodded thoughtfully, but his heart was still full of surprise. This was because the feeling that the voice gave him was not inferior to the feeling that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave him. It could even affect him from the depths of his soul. Okay, the mark has been formed. In the future, if you encounter powerhouses from the Tribulation Transcender Hall, True Lord Hall, or Tao Lord Hall, you will be able to sense their aura. Through the aura of the mark, you will be able to recognize each other. Zhu Luo smiled. Jiang Xi's heart moved. Sure enough, he could sense the aura of Zhu Luo and the other 7 Tribulation Transcender messengers through the mark on his shoulder. If there's anything else you don't understand, you can search the Heavenly Eye Network. You now have the authority to find the relevant information, Zhu Luo added. Jiang Xi also smiled. He had learned about the Tribulation Transcender Hall in detail from Immortal Master Wine Sword 100 years ago. He didn't expect that he would become a member now. After the messenger of the Tribulation Transcender Hall left, Jiang Xi entered the Heavenly Eye Network through his communication bead and searched for information about the Tribulation Transcender Hall. The information was very complete, including the 9 true monarchs, the Hall Masters of the Tribulation Transcender Hall, as well as other information. In the end, what shocked Jiang Xi the most was that the current number of people in the Tribulation Transcender Hall exceeded 3 million. This was the first time he knew that the human race was so powerful. 3 million powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. Jiang Xi was speechless, but after thinking about it, he felt that this number was quite reasonable. In the human camp of the 9th battlefield, there were more than 30,000 powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. In the entire foreign battlefield, there were a total of 36 main battlefields like the 9th battlefield. Roughly speaking, there were more than 1 million powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm in the foreign battlefield. I wonder how many people there are in the True Monarch Palace and the Tao Lord Palace? Jiang Xi thought these 2 palaces of the Heavenly Court were the true high-end forces of the human race. He was not qualified to come into contact with them yet. Soon, Jiang Xi was full of confidence. Then, he once again searched for information about the ancient immortal world. The legendary immortal world, where the core of the original universe is located. The opening time is uncertain. The last time it opened was 1 million eras ago. After looking through it briefly, Jiang Xi shook his head. At first he thought that he could enter at any time. After all, it was the immortal world, and there might be immortal crystals and the like. Refining the heaven-connecting building required a large number of top-grade immortal crystals, and he had been thinking about it. However, the ancient immortal world had only opened once 1 million eras ago, and he did not know when it would open again. Therefore, there was no need to pay attention to it for the time being. An era had 36 million years, and even a 9th Tribulation Transcender only had a lifespan of 100,000 years. Jiang Xi was looking through the information in his residence. Not long after, the kind-looking Wanderer Suji arrived. Wanderer Suji smiled and said, "Welcome to the Tribulation Transcender Hall. Tell me, are you here to show off your big harvest?" Jiang Xi still remembered the conversation between the two when they were drinking. Now that the messenger of the Tribulation Transcender Hall had just left, Wanderer Suji came looking for him. This made Jiang Xi feel that Wanderer Suji's big harvest should not be so simple. "I'm not here to show off. I have a big benefit for you." Wanderer Suji's expression became serious. "Big benefit?" Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. "Let's go to your cultivation room," Wanderer Suji said with his spiritual sense, looking very careful. Jiang Xi became even more curious. What kind of big harvest could make Wanderer Suji so careful? Moreover, would this big harvest bring him any benefits? He did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky. The two entered the cultivation room that could isolate spiritual sense. Can you tell me now? What did you get? Jiang Xi asked. Have you heard of the ancient god race? Wanderer Suji took a deep breath. Ancient god race? You mean the natives of the Tonggu continent? Jiang Xi was a bit surprised. He had met many powerhouses at the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm and above in the 1st military camp. Through the usual exchanges, he had learned a lot of information about the Tonggu continent. This starry sky continent with a diameter of 20,000 light-years had once nurtured a powerful peak race, the ancient god race. In general, the universe's races were divided into 3 levels: ordinary, peak, and peak. To be called a peak race, it meant that it had at least one Dao monarch powerhouse. Countless eras ago, the human race, the monster race, and the ghost race, the 3 peak races, designated the starfield where the Tonggu continent was located as the 9th battlefield. As the natives of the ancient god race, they were very brave and did not submit. But with their strength, how could they be a match for the 3 peak races? They were quickly wiped out. However, there were also many survivors of the ancient god race at that time. Did you meet any survivors of the ancient god race? Jiang Xi asked again. No. Wanderer Suji shook his head. Wanderer Suji shook his head and said with a solemn expression, I found the ancient god race's ancient god hidden treasure. Ancient god's secret treasure. Riverward was greatly astonished and hurriedly asked, Is it true or false? How could such a great opportunity fall into my lap? Of course it's true, Wanderer Suji said in a deep voice. Jiang Xi regained his calm and said with a frown, Suji, you and I are indeed good friends. But the ancient god hidden treasure represents endless wealth. Anyone who finds it will find a way to hide it. There is no reason for them to share it with others. Jiang Xi knew very well that the ancient god race, as a peak race in the universe and the master of the Tonggu continent, had an incomparably deep heritage. They stored their race's resources and treasures all over the Tonggu continent in the form of secret treasure spaces, which were the so-called ancient god hidden treasures. When the ancient god race was exterminated overnight, it happened too suddenly. The survivors of the ancient god race only had time to take away a part of the ancient god hidden treasures. Therefore, there was still a small part of the ancient god hidden treasures left in the Tonggu continent. Moreover, the secret treasure spaces where the ancient god hidden treasures were located were all refined by the Dao monarchs of the ancient god race. Even the spiritual sense of a true monarch powerhouse couldn't find them. One could only find them if they were extremely lucky. In the history of the 9th battlefield, there were more than 10 ancient god hidden treasures that were discovered by the powerhouses of the 3 camps. Although each ancient god hidden treasure only contained a small part of the ancient god race's treasures. But with the heritage of a peak race, even a small part was endless wealth for tribulation transcender powerhouses like them. This was the main reason why Jiang Xi was suspicious. In this world, there were only a few people he could completely trust. Facing Jiang Xi's doubt, Wanderer Suji smiled calmly and said, You are right. Even if we are good friends, it's impossible to share such a great opportunity. He took a deep breath and said, In fact, I'm not the only one who found the ancient god hidden treasures. I'm telling you this because I want to invite you to compete for the ancient god hidden treasures together. A lot of people. Jiang Xi frowned. The ancient god hidden treasures were extremely precious. If too many people found them, it would definitely lead to a great war, and even 9th tribulation transcenders might die. If that was the case, then this opportunity was worth discussing. Don't worry, there aren't many people. It's just me and an 8th tribulation transcender monster. Wanderer Suji shook his head. Then he continued, the details are like this. Not long ago, I fought with that 8th tribulation transcender monster in the abyss of the ancient god. That battle caused a large area of space to shatter. Then I found a strange place. There was a small space that didn't even budge under the aftermath of the 2 of us 8th tribulation transcenders' attacks. But soon that 8th tribulation transcender monster also found out. We broke into that small space together. We discovered that there was a huge ancient palace inside. Only then did we realize that this was the ancient god hidden treasures of the ancient god race. Then, at the entrance of the palace, we found some corpses of the ancient god race. There were 6 talisman seals on those corpses. That 8th tribulation transcender monster and I fought again. Unfortunately, our strength was about the same. In the end, we each grabbed 3 talisman seals. The talisman seals are naturally the key to entering the palace of the ancient god hidden treasures. However, we also found an important message on those corpses. Only those with 6 talisman seals can enter from 6 designated directions at the same time to truly open the ancient god hidden treasures. Wanderer Su Ji revealed a helpless expression. That 8th tribulation transcender monster and I also tried. Although we could enter the palace with the talisman seals, we could only move in those corridors. No matter how we tried, we couldn't enter the other places inside the palace. After hearing this, Jiang Xi completely understood. It wasn't that Wanderer Su Ji was generous, but that he had to find someone to go in with him. And he just happened to be familiar with Wanderer Su Ji. More importantly, as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, his combat strength was at the level of an 8th tribulation transcender. If there was an accident during the fight for the ancient god hidden treasures, Wanderer Su Ji wouldn't have to worry about finding someone too strong to threaten him. Jiang Xi expressed his understanding. This was human nature. If he were in Wanderer Su Ji's shoes, he would also do the same. With a cautious attitude he asked, "There is another question. Since it's the ancient god hidden treasures, what if the bloodline of the ancient god hidden treasures is needed to open them?" The possibility of this was very high. As a top race in the universe, the ancient god hidden treasures definitely had such bloodline restrictions. It was impossible for them to leave their treasures to another race. I also considered this point. Wanderer Su Ji nodded. However, in the history of the 9th battlefield, many powerhouses have obtained the ancient god hidden treasures. Although I don't know what happened when the ancient god hidden treasures appeared. What is certain is that the value of the ancient god hidden treasures is comparable to the total wealth of a true monarch. I feel that in front of such an opportunity, taking a little risk is worth it. Mountain Sea, what do you think? Of course it's worth it. Jiang Xi smiled. Then are you going or not? Wanderer Su Ji asked with a smile. Of course I'm going. Jiang Xi's tone was very decisive. In the Tonggu continent, if he claimed to be number 2 in terms of life-saving means, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. Not counting the heaven connecting tower. Just the second layer of the 3rd layer mountain alone could resist the full strength attack of a 9th tribulation transcender. At the same time, it could seal the space within a radius of 10 million kilometers. Then, he had the great teleportation talisman, which could teleport him 100 million light-years away at random. Both of these treasures could put him in an invincible position. Since some powerhouses had obtained the ancient god hidden treasures before, with so many life-saving means, he might also be able to obtain them. Haha, good. Wanderer Su Ji laughed and then said, 3 talisman seals, so we need 3 people. Your sword attacks are very strong. And together with my spatial techniques, we can deal with many dangerous situations. However, we are still lacking someone with high defense. After a while, Jiang Xi and Wanderer Su Ji arrived at another palace in the first military camp. In the training room of this palace, Jiang Xi saw the second person that Wanderer Su Ji was going to invite. It was an 8th tribulation transcender with the appearance of a stone man from the boulder race, a vassal race of the human race. Wanderer Su Ji pointed at the stone man in front of him and said, Mountain Sea, this is Old Mo, a good friend of mine. He saved my life before. Hello, Old Mo, Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. The stone man Old Mo said in a muffled voice, since you are Su Ji's good friend, then you are also my good friend. It was a simple sentence, but Jiang Xi could hear the sincerity in it. Information about the boulder race also appeared in his mind. It was also a top-notch race. Their characteristics were that the stone men of the boulder race were relatively straightforward, and their thinking was also very simple and slow. Of course, as their strength increased, their thinking would become slightly more flexible. However, Old Mo, who was an 8th tribulation transcender, was not as smart as Jiang Xi and Wanderer Su Ji. After listening to Wanderer Su Ji's explanation, he pondered for a full 3 minutes. Then, he raised his head and said, I'll go. If that's the case, then it's settled. Wanderer Su Ji was in high spirits. He flipped his hand and took out 2 square black stones. They were only the size of a palm, but they were covered with complex runes. Just refine them with your spiritual sense. With these talisman seals, we can enter the palace of the ancient god's secret treasure. As Wanderer Suji spoke, he handed the 2 talisman seals to Jiang Xiai, and old Mo Jiang Xiai took them. After holding them in his hand, he suddenly felt a very subtle and inexplicable aura. It seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember what it was. This aura was too vague, and it disappeared in a flash. Even with his spiritual sense, which was comparable to that of a 9th tribulation transcender, he couldn't catch it. Since he couldn't remember, he didn't think too much about it and directly refined the talisman seals. Soon after, the 3 of them left the first military camp and rode Wanderer Suji's top-grade immortal boat. They traveled through space and rushed toward the ancient god's abyss. Chapter 546. The abyss of the ancient god was a forbidden area of the Tonggu continent. It was the most dangerous place in the 9th battlefield. Jiang Xiai had wandered the Tonggu continent for more than 100 years, and had heard of this place many times. However, this was his first time here. After the top-grade immortal boat shuttled through the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Jiang Xi's gaze was immediately attracted by the huge abyss below. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he could clearly see it with his eyes. This huge abyss was close to a light year in diameter. It was as if a big hole had suddenly appeared in this vast land. The inexplicable aura emitted from the abyss made people feel awe. It was as if one's soul would be swallowed if they looked at it for too long. At this moment, Jiang Xiai finally remembered why the aura that flashed on the talisman seal gave him a familiar feeling. When he first set foot on the Tonggu continent, he had felt this inexplicable feeling. Now it seemed that this abyss was the source of the inexplicable aura. Next to him, Suji found that Jiang Xiai was looking at the abyss below in a daze and smiled. "Shanhai, have you never been to the abyss of the ancient god?" "Yes, I haven't been here." Jiang Xiai nodded indifferently. "No way. I just said it casually, and you really haven't been here before? With your strength, you could have come to the abyss of the ancient god long ago." Suji was very surprised. Jiang Xiai smiled and said, "Actually, I've only been in the Tonggu continent for more than 100 years, and I haven't had the time to explore this place." Those who dared to explore the abyss of the ancient god were basically 7th tribulation transcender and above. With his strength, he could indeed establish a foothold here. Suji praised, "You're amazing. You've only been here for more than 100 years, and you've already killed so many tribulation transcenders of other races. You even killed an 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race." "Amazing." Old Mo only said 2 words. Like his name, he was very silent. Suji smiled and shook his head. Then he said to Jiang Xiai, "Since it's your first time here, I'll briefly explain the situation of the abyss of the ancient god to you. The abyss of the ancient god is 1 light year in diameter, and its depth is unknown. That's because there's a special kind of field force inside. The deeper you go, the stronger the field force becomes. For tribulation transcender powerhouses like us, we can go 1 light year in at most, and that is our limit. If I go any further, neither my body nor my soul will be able to withstand it." It's said that even perfected lords don't dare to go deeper. At this point, Suji said seriously, "Therefore, when you wander in the abyss of the ancient god, you have to be careful of your position in addition to beware of the alien race experts that may appear at any time. This is because the special force emitted from the depths of the abyss will continuously lead you deeper into the abyss without you noticing." In the history of the Tonggu continent, there were many lone tribulation transcender powerhouses who suddenly fell into an epiphany while cultivating. By the time they woke up, they were already deep in the danger zone. Those who were strong could even break free from that kind of force field. Those who are slightly weaker can only perish under that kind of force field. Riverward had been listening attentively, and his expression had also become serious. A special field force. This was the first time he had heard of this information. If no one told him, it would be troublesome if he encountered a similar situation in the future. Suji suddenly laughed. "Haha, don't be so serious. You just have to remember 2 things. Don't go too deep and don't have an epiphany." Jiang Xiai chuckled. These words were quite insightful. Suji asked, "There is one more thing." I don't know if you have heard of how the abyss of the ancient god was formed? I don't know. Jiang Xi shook his head. Old Mo said in a muffled voice, legend has it that this is the place where the ancient god race's ancient god fell. That ancient god Dao monarch level ancient god? Jiang Xi was shocked. Suji said yes. It is said that the ancient god was unwilling to submit to the alliance agreement of the three peak races and fought with the Dao monarchs of the human race, the monster race, and the ghost race. In the end, he self-detonated in anger, forming this unfathomable abyss of the ancient god with a diameter of 1 light year. Jiang Xi took another look at the abyss that seemed to be able to swallow everything the inexplicable aura he felt should be the remnant of the ancient god after his death. The place where the Dao monarch fell. There were only a few dozen Dao monarchs in the entire human race. Just from the number, one could imagine how powerful the Dao monarchs were. Jiang Xi let out a light breath and calmed his emotions. Then, he said with his spiritual sense, the place where the ancient god fell. No wonder we could find the ancient god's hidden treasure here. Since ancient times, who knows how many tribulation transcender powerhouses have wandered the abyss of the ancient god. But before me, I have never heard of anyone finding the ancient god's hidden treasure. Suji smiled proudly and also said with his spiritual sense, there were many powerhouses in the abyss of the ancient god, and many ninth tribulation transcenders were cultivating and hunting here. They didn't dare to talk about the ancient god's hidden treasure openly. Therefore, they cautiously used their spiritual sense to communicate. Jiang Xi shook his head and said, maybe someone found it before, but they didn't spread it. Haha, in any case we have now found this great opportunity. Whether or not we can progress further on the path of immortality will depend on this. Suji's gaze was fiery as he looked at the bottomless abyss of the ancient god. The treasures hidden in the ancient god's hidden treasure were comparable to the wealth of a true monarch powerhouse. Even if they divided the wealth equally, it was enough for them to transcend another tribulation and become a ninth tribulation transcender. They could even touch the possibility of reversing life and death. On the side, Old Mo, as his name suggested, remained silent and rarely spoke. Then the three of them drove the top-grade immortal boat and once again flew toward the abyss of the ancient god. This unfathomably deep abyss was 1 light year in diameter. It was different from other places in Tonggu continent. There was enough space here to accelerate and travel through space. In just 1 minute, the top-grade immortal boat arrived at an area 3 trillion kilometers deep in the abyss of the ancient god. Suji pointed in a direction and said, 2 million kilometers ahead. There is a space with an area of 1 square kilometer. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense could naturally explore that area. But he didn't find anything special about it. It seemed that the rumors were true. The space where the ancient god's hidden treasure was located was refined by the ancient god. Even true monarchs couldn't find it. As for why the Dao monarchs of the 3 races who fought against the ancient god didn't take away the ancient god's hidden treasure, Jiang Xi could guess the reason. It was very simple. They didn't want it. Then, the 3 of them carefully flew in the abyss and soon arrived at that space. When they got close, Jiang Xi still didn't find anything. He only felt that this space was no different from the surrounding space. Jiang Xi praised, it's really mysterious. Suji smiled and said, otherwise it wouldn't have been our turn. If it was so easy to find, it would have been someone else's long ago. A space with an area of 1 square kilometer couldn't be more insignificant compared to this abyss with a diameter of 1 light year. Suji, and that monster race 8 tribulation transcender being able to find this place could only be said to be luck. Let's go in. Suji put away the flying boat, and with a flash of his figure, he directly entered this space. Jiang Xi and Old Mo looked at each other and followed. It was as if they had passed through a barrier. Then they found that the space in front of them had suddenly become bigger, or it could be said that they had entered another space. In the void, an ancient palace was floating, with a length and width of 1 million kilometers. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The palace of the ancient god. Jiang Xi and Suji's eyes burst out with golden light. At this moment, even the slow-witted Old Mo was somewhat excited. The 3 of them didn't hesitate and arrived at the huge platform in front of the palace. On the platform there were 6 corpses that were 1,000 feet tall. They looked similar to humans, but they had 6 arms. The ancient god race had been destroyed for who knows how many eras, but these 6 corpses were still intact. This showed that their cultivation was very strong when they were alive. There is still some spiritual sense pressure left on the corpses. They are at least at the 7th tribulation transcender level. Jiang Xi carefully sensed. Su Ji nodded and said, yes, from the looks of the talisman seals, the 6 of them were most likely the guardians of the ancient god's secret treasure. It's just that the battle at that time was too sudden, and they didn't have time to react before dying. Their primordial spirits were destroyed. Jiang Xi could imagine the scene at that time. The true monarchs and Dao monarchs of the 3 peak races had directly swept through the entire Tonggu continent. Just their primordial spirit attacks were enough to destroy the primordial spirits of those tribulation transcender powerhouses without any room to resist. In addition to the 6 corpses, the platform was also engraved with complex runes similar to those of a teleportation array. It was hexagonal, and the runes on each corner formed a clear pattern. A teleportation array? Jiang Xi was a bit surprised. The environment of the foreign battlefield was treacherous and often changed. It wasn't suitable to build a teleportation array. This was because the teleportation array might be destroyed or be ambushed by the enemy. Therefore, everyone used flying boats to travel. They didn't expect to see a teleportation array here. Su Ji smiled and said, it's a teleportation array, but it's a bit different. It needs a talisman seal to activate it. Jiang Xi gently nodded and said, hexagonal runes. In other words, 6 talisman seals are needed to open the ancient god's palace. Su Ji said, now we just have to wait for the monster race's tribulation transcender powerhouses to come. The 3 of them weren't in a hurry and quietly waited on the platform. After half a day, 3 streams of light appeared in this space, whistling as they arrived on the platform. Rich monster energy and immortal energy instantly spread out. Hee! A gloomy laughter echoed. Su Ji, it seems you're very impatient. However, it's better to come at the right time than early. The one who spoke was a monster less than a meter tall. His pair of black eyes revealed a crafty look. He was shaped like a wolf, but his 2 front paws were very short. Therefore he walked upright. This was a powerhouse of the Golden Wolf clan, a top-notch bloodline of the monster race. Although he was short, his aura wasn't low. He was an 8th tribulation transcender. Su Ji smiled and said, we came early so that we could arrange some things in advance. Don't you think so? Humph. The expression of the Golden Wolf clan's 8th tribulation transcender turned cold. Then, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Xi and Old Mo. These are the 2 helpers you invited? Stupid rock of the giant rock clan. There aren't many of them in the Tong ancient continent, and he's an 8th tribulation transcender. It seems he's that stupid Old Mo. This youth with a long sword on his back in golden and black armor is a 7th tribulation sword immortal? A human mountain sea sword immortal? Or green cry sword immortal? Oh, these 2 aren't very good. His comments were obviously a psychological tactic. However, Jiang Xi and the other 2 didn't care. They were all veterans, and their minds wouldn't be disturbed by these words. If it were outside and the human camp and the monster camp met, they would immediately attack. But this time, everyone had come for the ancient god's secret trove. Before the ancient god's secret trove was truly opened, they naturally wouldn't attack. Don't talk nonsense. Let's get to know each other. Su Ji shook his head and said, I'm Su Ji of the human camp. Mountain Sea. Old Mo Jiang Xi and Old Mo reported their names. At the same time, they looked at the 3 tribulation transcender powerhouses of the monster camp without any fear. Of the 3 monster race tribulation transcender powerhouses, the 8th tribulation transcender of the Golden Wolf clan was very short, less than a meter tall. The other 2 weren't the kind of monster race that was famous for their huge immortal bodies. One of them had the appearance of a human, but she had 8 fox tails. Her every move was soul-stirring. She was an 8th tribulation transcender powerhouse of the monster race's Spirit Fox clan. The last one was a 100-meter-tall man with an ox head and a human body. He had 4 ring-shaped magical treasures on each of his arms. He was an 8th tribulation transcender of the monster race's Ox Demon clan. However, Jiang Xi hadn't been in the Tonggu continent for a long time, and he didn't know any information about these three monster races. After he and old Mo finished their introductions, Su Ji solemnly said, "It's your turn." The 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Golden Wolf clan smiled and said, "My name is Bei Yu." The Fox Girl of the Spirit Fox clan smiled and said, "Spirit Fox Enchantress." At this time she had a pure and holy aura. 8th Ring Ox Demon. The big man from the Ox Demon clan grinned, and his imposing aura suddenly increased by a few notches. Lightning flashed all around him, accompanied by muffled thunders, causing people to feel uneasy. Jiang Xi and the others felt this aura, and their expressions changed slightly. He was very close to a 9th Tribulation Transcender. In other words, this 8th Ring Ox Demon from the Ox Demon clan was the strongest one present. Since everyone knows each other, let's start the teleportation formation now? Beiyu smiled as if victory was already in his hands. The Northern Ring's Ox Demon and Spirit Fox Enchantress also had strange smiles on their faces. Su Ji expressionlessly turned his hand and took out a talisman seal. Jiang Xi gently shook his head and also took out a talisman seal with old Mo. Next, the 3 people and 3 monsters stood in 6 different positions of the hexagonal teleportation formation and activated it. Buzz! Suddenly violent spatial fluctuations appeared on the platform. At the same time, dazzling white light condensed. This was the sign of teleportation. This is troublesome. I didn't expect the other party to have a powerhouse close to a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Su Ji's voice sounded in the ears of Jiang Xi and old Mo. If a 9th Tribulation Transcender was equivalent to 108th Tribulation Transcenders, then this 8th Ring Ox Demon was equivalent to 10 8th Tribulation Transcenders. Now, in terms of combat strength, the 3 of them were at a disadvantage. I'm good at Earth-type magical techniques and have high defense. I can temporarily stall him. Old Mo transmitted his voice. He was very honest and didn't think of shirking. Instead, he took the initiative to take the most difficult one. Su Ji sighed. That's the only way. Jiang Xi also said, Spirit Fox Enchantress should be good at illusion techniques. Just leave it to me. Su Ji solemnly said, alright, let's each take one. As long as old Mo can stall him, we still have a chance. The 3 of them secretly communicated with each other through their spiritual senses. The 3 monster tribulation transcenders on the opposite side were also secretly communicating. A few seconds later, the teleportation formation in front of the ancient god's palace was finally fully activated. The dazzling light was like a small star, illuminating the space. Under the power of the teleportation formation, the 3 people and 3 monsters disappeared. In the deepest part of the ancient god's palace, a rune flickered on a hidden wall. This was the entrance to a heavenly abode. After stepping into this heavenly abode, one could see that it was a desolate place. On the ground, there were many tall 6-armed figures busily cultivating or working. If Jiang Xi and the others saw this scene, they would be able to recognize that these were the remnants of the ancient god race. However, they were not the survivors of the ancient god race. After countless eras, those who had not reached the true monarch realm had already died. These were the descendants of the first batch of survivors. At this time, in the center of this heavenly abode, inside an ancient pagoda that was millions of feet tall, on the ground a rune flickered. Whoosh! A 6-armed figure exuding an ethereal aura suddenly appeared, and he excitedly looked at the ray of light. Haha, it's here, it's finally here. I've waited for countless eras and it's finally here. He laughed like a madman, his face full of tears. After waiting for countless eras, his strength was revealed with a single sentence. This was a true monarch with an endless lifespan. Those whose cultivation is above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. Come here. His spiritual sense covered the entire heavenly abode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, a total of 10 Tribulation Transcenders of the ancient god race flickered and arrived. The aura emitted by each of them was at least at the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm. Greetings, true ancestor. They respectfully saluted the true monarch of the ancient god race. Then the 9th Tribulation Transcender in the lead asked, True ancestor, what happened? The true ancestor of the ancient god race smiled with unconcealable excitement and said, Just now, the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure was completely activated. The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race suddenly became excited. Some laughed, some went crazy, and some directly shed tears. So, we have a chance to leave? Haha, this is great. I didn't expect that I would have a chance to leave this cage in my lifetime. After hearing these words, the true ancestor of the ancient god race looked at the 10 tribulation transcenders with a complicated expression. Cage countless eras ago, he had received an order from the ancient god to leave with a group of people with excellent bloodlines. However, before he could leave, a war suddenly broke out. A battle between Dao monarchs was not something that a true monarch like him could participate in. He had no choice but to hide in the ancient god's secret treasure with his people. However, the 6 people who were responsible for guarding the ancient god's secret treasure were unable to escape in time and died in the aftermath of the war without the talisman seals of the guardians. They had no way to open the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure, so they were trapped here. Helpless, he could only open a heavenly abode here to provide a place for his people to live. Year after year, epoch after epoch, they waited. He watched with his own eyes as the people who had survived with him grew old and died of illness. Then, he watched the new generation of his people grow up and die of old age. Generation after generation, during this time, many of his people cultivated to the 9th tribulation transcender realm. However, the resources of this small world were not enough to support his people to cultivate to the true monarch realm. Even the people of the 9th tribulation transcender realm could only die with regret and grief after their lifespan was exhausted. On the surface, they were survivors of their race, but in fact they were prisoners. This ancient god's secret treasure, this paradise world, was their cage. Cage, the true ancestor of the ancient god clan side. Compared to his people, he, a true monarch, had suffered the most. Even if his people cultivated to the 9th tribulation transcender realm, they could only live for 100,000 years. As for him, a true monarch, he had lived for countless eras in this small world. If he had not seen the real universe, he might not have felt anything. However, he was a true monarch before his race was exterminated. He had also traveled in the vast original universe and knew how vast the world was. The gaze of the ancient god clan's true ancestor swept across the faces of the 10 tribulation transcender realm cultivators. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Today, I'll take you out of this cage." Since the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure had been activated, it meant that 6 foreign race cultivators with talisman seals had entered the ancient god's secret treasure. As long as they could take away the 6 talisman seals, they could take their people out of the ancient god's secret treasure. The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god clan calmed down a little. The 9th tribulation transcender in the lead said in a grave tone, "True ancestor, I think it's better if you don't show up this time." The ancient god clan's true ancestor frowned and said, "Are you worried that there are true monarchs of foreign races outside?" The 9th tribulation transcender solemnly said, "It's better to be safe than sorry. True ancestor is the only hope of our ancient god clan. If something happens to you, our race will truly be finished." The 9th tribulation transcender said with a solemn expression, "True monarchs with endless lifespans were the main reason why they, the survivors of the ancient god clan, could continue living for countless eras. If even their only true monarch died, there was a possibility that their clan would be exterminated in the future." The ancient god clan's true ancestor pondered for a moment. He naturally understood this principle. Moreover, he was also clear about his own strength. He was only a true monarch who had reversed life and death once, a first revolution Dao immortal. Among the 5th revolution Dao immortals, he was the weakest. If there really was a first revolution Dao immortal of foreign races outside, he would be in danger. All right. The true ancestor nodded. When it came to the life and death of his clan, he knew what to do. Gu Hong, Gu Qian. He called out 2 names in a row. 2 of the 10 tribulation transcenders stepped forward. Gu Hong was the 9th tribulation transcender. Gu Qian was an 8th tribulation transcender whose strength was second only to him. As for the remaining 8, they were all 7th tribulation transcenders. The true ancestor sternly said, "You two are the strongest. You two will go and compete for the talisman seals of the ancient god's treasure trove. Yes. Gu Hong and Gu Qian respectfully bowed. The true ancestor of the ancient god clan thought for a moment and said, "There is one more thing. This ancient god's treasure trove is one of the 100 inheritance treasures left behind by the ancient god. Not only does it contain a large number of treasures of the ancient god clan, but it also contains the most important inheritance of the ancient god. If possible, you can try to bring back the inheritance of the ancient god. As for those treasures, let's leave it to fate. Those foreign races probably don't know about the uniqueness of this ancient god's treasure trove. Their primary goal will definitely be those treasures." Chapter 547. Countless eras ago, when the ancient god race was negotiating with the three peak races, he had a premonition that his days were numbered. Because the Dao monarchs of the three races would definitely not let a Dao monarch like him leave. He could fight to the death with those Dao monarchs, but his race could not. Therefore, he arranged for the talented members of his race to escape and move to the wilderness at the edge of the universe, where they could repopulate. The ancient god's secret treasure he left behind in the Tonggu continent was the hope for his race to rise again. His race was divided into 10,000 teams, of which 100 inherited teams carried the most important secret treasures. As for the 9,900 ordinary teams, they were used as cannon fodder to cover the inherited teams with ordinary secret treasures. The difference was very big. Ordinary secret treasures had very few treasures. Only the secret treasures of the ancient god race contained a large number of treasures, as well as the most important inheritance of the ancient god. However, even if the ancient god race had made careful arrangements in advance, the battle had come too suddenly. In the end, whether it was the inherited teams or the ordinary teams, they were almost wiped out. After all, they were facing the three peak races. At present, the secret treasure that Jiang Xi and the others had opened was one of the 100 secret treasures. The 6 guards were all 7th Tribulation Transcender and above. Back then, the inheritance team that was responsible for taking away this treasure had been trapped in this space by a freak combination of factors, and had been imprisoned for countless eras. In the heavenly abode world where the remnants of the ancient god race resided, the true ancestor of the ancient god race loudly said, "Eternal life of the ancient god! Eternal life of the ancient god! Eternal life of the ancient god!" The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race also shouted in unison. Then, under everyone's worried and expectant gazes, Gu Hong and Gu Qian passed through the entrance of the heavenly abode world. In the next moment, a weak rune light flickered, and the 2 powerhouses of the ancient god race arrived in the ancient god palace. Gu Hong was slightly taller, close to 1,000 meters. Gu Qian was slightly more than 800 meters tall and was slightly thinner. The similarity was that they both had 6 arms, and the skin exposed outside the armor was covered with golden patterns. They looked at each other and cautiously did not use their spiritual sense to explore the entire palace, fearing that they would attract the attention of the 6 foreign races. After all, they still didn't know how strong these 6 intruders were. "Let's go to the array formation hall first," Gu Qi said through his spiritual awareness. Gu Qian nodded. Then the 2 figures went straight to the deepest part of the ancient god palace. Besides being cautious, the 2 experts from the ancient god clan had another advantage. That was how familiar he was with the ancient god palace. They were trapped in this space, but it didn't mean that they couldn't enter the ancient god's palace. During their growth, they had cultivated and played in the corridors of this palace countless times. They were well aware of the locations of the formation hall, the Hall of Inheritance, and the Treasure Hall. Of course, they only knew the location, but they couldn't enter. Furthermore, not only could he not enter, he could not even use his spiritual sense to probe the situation in the various halls. Because the palaces of the ancient gods were personally created by the ancient gods, they had to wait for the hexagonal teleportation formation outside to be fully activated before they could enter those palaces. Otherwise, even perfected lords would not be able to force their way in. Now that the hexagonal teleportation formation had been fully activated, the ancient god's secret treasure had been truly opened. These restrictions were gone. As for why he didn't go to the Inheritance Hall or the Secret Treasury Hall first, the reason was very simple. The two experts from the ancient god clan kept their mission in mind. Their first goal was talisman seals. Their second goal was inheritance. Their third goal was treasures. In order to leave this prison, talisman seals were the most important thing. Otherwise, even if they obtained countless treasures, what was the use? They would still be prisoners. In addition, they firmly believed that even if the 6 foreign races had talisman seals, they wouldn't be able to open the treasure hall and the inheritance hall because of the ancient god bloodline. Soon, the two experts from the ancient god clan arrived at the formation hall at the core of the ancient god palace. In layman's terms, this formation hall controlled all the formations and restrictions in the ancient god palace, except for the teleportation formation inside the formation hall. Guhong, a 9th tribulation transcender, continuously made hand seals with his 6 arms. Soon, a golden holographic image appeared in the hall, showing the situation of the entire ancient god palace. The ancient god clan wasn't the kind of clan that lacked information. Before their clan was exterminated, they were able to travel the universe and naturally had these formations and surveillance methods. Look, they came in. Gu Qian pointed at a spot in the golden holographic image. With a thought, Gu Hong zoomed in on that area. 3 humans and 3 monsters appeared in the corridor at the entrance of the ancient god palace. Humans. Monsters. Gu Hong and Gu Qian's eyes were filled with hatred. This was the first time they saw a foreign race. However, the 3 peak clans were their enemies, and they knew the characteristics of these 3 clans since they were young. If their hatred for the 3 peak clans could be described in one word, it would be hatred to the bone. However, at this moment they knew how to restrain themselves. They had hated them for so many years, so a little while longer was not a big deal. Gu Qian asked, "Big brother, how is their strength?" The golden holographic image in front of them could monitor the situation inside the ancient god palace, and naturally, it could also detect the strength of the intruders. 5 8th tribulation transcenders and 1 7th tribulation transcender. I can defeat them myself. Gu Hong's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He wanted to directly attack. Gu Qian shook his head. "Big brother, we can't be reckless. I heard from the true ancestor that the peak clans have deep foundations. To judge their strength, we can't just look at their cultivation on the surface. These human and monster tribulation transcenders might have some powerful trump card that could threaten our lives." Gu Hong was not stubborn. He let out a light breath and calmed the boiling killing intent in his heart. He said, "You have been smarter than us since you were young. You can decide what to do this time." Gu Qian nodded and looked at the 3 humans and 3 monsters that had just appeared in the golden holographic image. He suddenly smiled and said, "Let them kill each other first. They are obviously 2 forces. Therefore, whether they find the secret treasury hall or the inheritance hall first, they will kill each other first. At that time, we will have a chance." Gu Qian was worried that Gu Hong would be impulsive. After thinking for a while, he said, "Big brother, there is one more thing that you should understand. Since we started cultivating, we have never fought with a foreign race. At most, we have exchanged pointers with each other, and we have rarely experienced life and death situations. However, these foreign races have been fighting and killing all the time. In terms of actual combat experience, they are definitely far better than us. It's just that they have cultivation but no actual combat experience. When they were killing each other, he would be able to observe their fighting styles and trump cards. This way, when we make a move, we will have a greater chance of success." He only took a glance through the golden holographic image and observed these subtle things and made the corresponding judgment. The ancient god's palace was millions of kilometers long and wide. Just the area it covered was trillions of square kilometers. Moreover, this was not an empty palace. There were many halls here, and countless corridors were interspersed between the various halls. The illusion was very complicated. For ordinary people, they would not be able to walk through this palace in their lifetime. However, for 6 powerhouses with the strength of an 8th tribulation transcender, this was not a big problem. When Jiang Xi's group and the 3 tribulation transcenders of the monster race entered the ancient god's palace through the teleportation array, they spread out their spiritual senses. They wanted to find where the treasures of the ancient god's secret treasury were hidden. Suji said with his spiritual sense, "These halls are isolated from the detection of spiritual senses. We have to find them one by one." Jiang Xi said, "This is a good thing. If everyone spreads out, we won't have to worry about the other side joining hands." The two sides had never thought of the possibility of dividing the ancient god's secret treasury equally. They were all aiming to kill each other and obtain all the treasures. Now a battle could break out at any time. Whoosh, 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 Beiyu, the 8-ring demonic ox, and the spirit fox enchantress turned into 3 streams of light and went into the corridors to search for the various halls. Suji lightly shouted, "According to the original plan, each person will be responsible for one hall." Immediately, the 3 of them chased after them. Suji chased after Beiyu, and old Mo chased after the 8-ring demonic ox. Jiang Xi brought out the Gale sword and also chased after the spirit fox enchantress. His speed was the fastest. In the corridor ahead, the seductive vixen with 8 fox tails jumped in fright. So fast, because Jiang Xi's speed was close to the speed of light, close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. In other words, among the 6 of them, the 8-ring demonic ox was the strongest, and Jiang Xi's speed was the fastest. "You want to get ahead of me? Humph." The spirit fox enchantress's 8 foxtails danced and used an illusion attack. Whoosh, a pink fog filled the corridor. If Jiang Xi wanted to pass through it, he would have to pass through it. An illusion technique of an 8th tribulation transcender? Jiang Xi gently smiled and entered it. All kinds of illusions that could cause people to fall into depravity appeared around him. In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit, which had a circle of golden light behind his head, emitted a golden primordial spirit, and the 7-colored lotus platform lightly shook. This hallway that was shrouded in illusions and fog was unimpeded for him. He easily passed through it. The spirit fox enchantress did not expect the illusion to trap Jiang Xi. She wanted to use the illusion to interfere with Jiang Xi's speed and affect Jiang Xi's judgment. Because the environment of these corridors was like a maze, it was too complicated. The shortest distance was 50 kilometers, and the longest distance was 10,000 kilometers. There were many turns. Speed didn't work well here. Even if one could cross 200,000 kilometers in a second, they would not be able to display their speed to the limit. Only those with fast and flexible speed could do it. It just so happened that the spirit fox enchantress was very confident in her flexibility. After crossing less than 1,000 kilometers, she encountered a turning point. Whoosh, her foxtail lightly moved, and she nimbly turned into the next corridor. In this complicated corridor, speed alone is not enough. The spirit fox enchantress was very confident. But at this time she discovered with her spiritual sense that Jiang Xi, who was behind her, had not only easily passed through her illusion fog, but he was also like a gust of wind, nimbly turning that corner. The Dao technique he used was clearly the Dao of the sword. Why does it feel like a wind-type Dao technique? The spirit fox enchantress was bewildered. With such a strange speed, no wonder Wanderer Suji invited him, a 7th tribulation transcender. Then she realized that he was about to catch up to her. In the next moment, a departing fire sword with a blazing aura slashed towards her. This attack is also so powerful. The spirit fox enchantress's expression greatly changed. Her 8 foxtails crazily danced, forming a thick shield around her body. Boom! She forcibly withstood this sword attack, and then her body flew out uncontrollably, smashing into the wall of the palace. Bang! The wall was not damaged, but the spirit fox enchantress's immortal power was in chaos under this kind of recoil. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Xi directly sped up and rushed to the front. He did not waste time fighting with the spirit fox enchantress. An 8th tribulation transcender monster was not so easy to kill. Who, after turning another corner, he finally saw the door of the first hall. Although the door was millions of feet high, he could easily open it with his strength. It was empty. Next he continued to search. Behind him, the spirit fox enchantress was also in hot pursuit. She wanted to use a stronger illusion technique to delay Jiang Xi's speed. Battles also broke out on the other 2 roads. Wanderer Suji and Beiyu seemed to be evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Old Mo and the 8th ring bull demon, the former was completely at a disadvantage, but with the super defense of the giant rock demon and his earth-type Dao technique, he was barely able to stall the 8th ring bull demon. Therefore, from the looks of it, only Jiang Xi had the advantage. Inside the formation hall, Gu Hong and Gu Qian had been paying attention to the battle between the two sides. Very strong. Although that 8th tribulation transcender of the bull demon race is much weaker than me, his combat strength is clearly superior to mine. If we really fight, I don't have the confidence to defeat him. Gu Hong's expression was solemn. He looked at Gu Qian and said, "Fortunately, you persuaded me. Otherwise, if we rushed out just now, we might have been surrounded and killed by them." Not only that bull demon, but that human speed is also close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. The other 4 are also not bad. Moreover, this is just the beginning. They haven't found the secret treasury hall or the inheritance hall yet. They might have many tricks up their sleeves. Gu Qian calmly shook his head. The 2 powerhouses of the ancient god clan had heavy hearts. The foreign races that could enter the ancient god's secret treasury were indeed not weak. Now they could only hope that the 2 sides would fight fiercely. It would be best if more than half of them died. Only then would they have a chance. After a while, Gu Hong and Gu Qian's eyes lit up. That human with the fastest speed is about to find the secret treasury hall. Because these halls had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, everyone could only search them one by one. Jiang Xi used his speed to push open the doors of the halls one after another. However, he found that they were all empty. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough, and he had already left the spirit fox enchantress far behind. Soon he arrived at the door of the next hall and reached out to push it. Jiang Xi felt resistance. The door did not open. Found it. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why couldn't he open it? Did he need a talisman seal? Behind him, the spirit fox enchantress was about to catch up. He did not have time to think too much and immediately used his spiritual sense to send a message to Su Ji and Old Mo. The spirit fox enchantress also noticed Jiang Xi's abnormal behavior and immediately understood what was going on. Come over. That human sword immortal found the secret treasury hall. The spirit fox enchantress contacted the other 2 tribulation transcender monsters. Although each hall had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, there was no such restriction in the corridor. The secret treasury hall. The mountain sea realm has found the secret treasury hall. Su Ji, Old Mo, Beiyu, and the 8-ringed ox demon broke away from their opponents at almost the same time and quickly rushed to the position of Jiang Xi and the spirit fox enchantress. Boom! In front of the secret treasury hall, Jiang Xi used his strongest power to bombard the door, but it still did not open because his spiritual sense was ineffective. He looked at the door a few times to see if there were any mechanisms. However, this 1,000,000 feet tall door could not be seen with just a few glances. At this time, the spirit fox enchantress finally caught up. Then let's deal with the opponent first. Jiang Xi's eyes turned cold, and his sword intent rose. Wang, Scarlet Heaven sword trembled slightly, and the 6 styles of the universe was displayed. 6,000 feet long sword lights surrounded him, affecting the surrounding space and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Gale. Jiang Xi's figure flashed, and almost instantly, he arrived in front of the spirit fox enchantress with the sword lights. He slashed out with his sword. His speed is too fast. The spirit fox enchantress did not dare to relax in the slightest. Pink fog spread out again, accompanied by the sound of lust that could cause one to have evil thoughts. Sure enough, Jiang Xi's speed slowed down slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the spirit fox enchantress's 8 fox tails suddenly merged into one and became 10,000 times larger. Like a knife, they swept toward Jiang Xi in an insignificant skill. Jiang Xi's eyes burst out with divine light, and the unique golden light of his primordial spirit dispelled the illusion. Then he saw the 100,000 feet long fox tail coming over, and it instantly transformed into a diamond sword. The sharp and ferocious sword whistled as it collided with the fox tail. Clang! The energy generated by the collision set off an even stronger shock wave that was close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. A human and a monster were both sent flying under this tyrannical impact. Bang! Bang! In this narrow space, they almost hit the wall of the palace at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but in fact Jiang Xi was completely fine. Borrowing the force of the rebound, he once again slashed out with his sword, and the wind was released again. As for the spirit fox enchantress, not only was her immortal power in chaos, but her body also suffered some minor injuries. Fast speed, strong attack, and high defense. It seems that the previous rumor might be true. This mountain sea sword immortal might really be able to kill an 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race with his 7th tribulation transcender cultivation. This thought flashed through the spirit fox enchantress's mind. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the difference in strength between each realm. Especially after reaching the 7th tribulation transcender realm, the possibility of fighting someone of a higher realm would become smaller and smaller. Therefore, it was extremely rare for a 7th tribulation transcender to kill an 8th tribulation transcender. At this time, seeing Jiang Xi attack again, the spirit fox enchantress did not dare to relax in the slightest. The 100,000 feet long foxtail was like a knife, and it collided with Jiang Xi's wind sword. At the same time, a dagger appeared in each of her hands, and she wanted to fight Jiang Xi in close combat. "You're thinking too much." Jiang Xi chuckled. Sword light whistled, and the 6 styles of the universe were used one after another, almost suppressing the spirit fox enchantress. The battle between the two seemed very long, but in fact it only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this time Suji, Oldemo, Beiyu, and the 8-ring demonic ox arrived at the same time. Let's deal with that mountain sea sword immortal first. Beiyu and the 8-ring demonic ox made the same decision. This was because they could see that Jiang Xi had almost no weaknesses. Although he was a 7th tribulation transcender, his attack, defense, and speed were all at the level of an 8th tribulation transcender, and his speed was close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. Speed was the most difficult aspect to deal with. These 2 8th tribulation transcenders of the monster race condensed their terrifying immortal power to attack. One carried an evil black chi, while the other carried a tyrannical electric light as they attacked riverward. Old Emo continued to entangle that demonic ox. Suji shouted, easily stopping Beiyu. Old Emo was an honest person. Without saying anything, his whole body was shrouded in earth yellow Dao charm, and he roared to stop the 8-ring demonic ox. However, the strength of the 8-ring demonic ox, which was close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender, was still a bit stronger. He, who cultivated a lightning-type Taoist technique, flashed past Old Mo's obstruction like a bolt of lightning, and arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The 8-ringed magical treasure on his arms whistled as it smashed out rumble. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. This small space was full of tyrannical energy. However, Jiang Xi, who was the target of the attack, was still suppressing the 8th tribulation transcender spirit fox enchantress with one sword strike after another. The aura of the spirit fox enchantress had obviously declined a lot, and her injuries were getting worse. Seeing the 8-ring demonic ox's magical treasure attack, Jiang Xi could have chosen to ignore it. With the power of the triple mountain armor transformation, this level of attack couldn't affect him. At most it would only shake his body. However, now was obviously not the time to expose this trump card, so he chose to dodge. He merged his body with his sword, and his sword was like a gust of wind, directly dodging the attack of the 8-ring demonic ox. However, he still underestimated the power of this attack. The speed of a lightning-type Taoist technique wasn't slow either. Boom! Lightning whistled and the space shattered. The tyrannical attack caused Jiang Xi's body to instantly become numb, and then he uncontrollably crashed into the door of the secret treasury palace. Jiang Xi sensed that something was wrong, and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone stop!" Scared? The 8-ring demonic ox laughed complacently. He had succeeded in his attack, and he believed that he could easily crush this mountain sea sword immortal. Too late. He waved his hand and slapped out, summoning his 8-ringed magical treasure, wanting to attack again. Jiang Xi wasn't afraid of him, but he didn't want to talk nonsense with him either. He turned around and slapped the door of the secret treasury palace, precisely where he had crashed into just now. Suddenly, 6 grooves appeared on the million-foot-tall door. the shape of which was the same as the talisman seal. With 6 grooves, it was obvious that this secret treasury palace also needed talisman seals to open. This time everyone really stopped fighting, because now they couldn't be sure whether this door only needed talisman seals, or 6 talisman seals to open at the same time, just like the hexagonal teleportation array. If one of the 6 died, and they couldn't open the door, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore the battle paused. From the looks of it, other than the spirit fox enchantress who had suffered injuries that were neither light nor heavy, the other 3 people and 2 demons were all fine. However, at this juncture, everyone's attention was on the 6 grooves. Open it together? Beiyu looked at Suji, unaffiliated cultivator. He no longer had his initial confidence. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortals' performance just now made them realize that the 3 people on the human side were not much weaker than them. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win.